And I've been hearing from constituents about some similar things, but also about healthcare and especially the cost and the cost of prescription drugs. Heard from a constituent, I didn't realize there were so many options for people who have diabetes, but what's being covered now, the price for insulin is just really shot up. And this seems to me like something we really need to look at. If anything was essential to people, somebody with diabetes, it's being able to access. Are you hearing from people about prescription drugs?
I'm not hearing as much about prescription drugs, but I'm hearing about the cost of healthcare.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm hearing from workers, employees, and employers. You know, employers are feeling a bit of a stranglehold. You know, they want to increase their employees' wages, and they really the cost of healthcare. And you know, we heard this a lot. I hear this a lot. A lot of my constituents are working what we call the gig economy. Yep. So they're self-employed, and so their health insurance costs are really kind of through the roof. And so I feel like that is really impacting how we can grow our economy, but in southern Vermont. And the other piece of it has been access to affordable housing. And when I say affordable housing, I think there are lots of different tiers of affordable housing. So when folks are looking to relocate or hire employees to come here, you know, so our Main Street kind of businesses, you know, these are folks who are making above minimum wage. They're having some challenges. So, you know, and then we see, you know, one of the things we've made reference to this rural economy tour that I organized. You know, what we saw is when communities are investing in housing, how that is strengthening whether they're village centers or downtowns, that is how it really has an impact. So housing is something that I'm hearing a lot about as well. And I think that's something where we can do something to impact that, whether through a housing bond or whether it's through giving the Vermont Housing Conservation Board its full statutorily mandated 9% property transfer tax.
Yeah, I know this is something that we recognize across the board. There seems to be consensus that housing is an inhibitor. The lack of housing is an inhibitor on our economy right now. Yeah. It's hard to attract people here if finding housing is such a problem. And you know, I think we can segue into the rural economy tour by mentioning that this was also very much a big concern of Paul Brun, who unfortunately passed away recently, and his leadership at Vermont Conservation and Housing Board and through the Preservation Trust has had wonderful lasting effects, and he recognized the need for both conservation, for preserving our downtowns, and how this is how we're going to keep Vermont and grow Vermont in the way we want it. And Paul was part of the catalyst for your tour, right?
Well, yes. I mean, let me back up a few steps, because you know Paul through Putney. Paul Brun, the founder and executive director of the Preservation Trust of Vermont, did a lot for Putney. He's done a lot for communities throughout the state, and I loved saying every wonderful project has a thread that goes back to Paul Brun. So I'm a member of the Rural Economic Development Working Group. It's a group of tripartisan group of legislators that focus on the rural economy and rural economic development. And so towards the end of the session, when we were thinking about what we might do in the off session to come together, and I suggested organizing a listening tour. And I suggested organizing a listening tour that would come to southern Vermont because, as you know, our constituents are at a great distance from Montpelier. And sometimes we don't, you know, we're not, it's harder to give testimony if you're coming from the Windham County. So I definitely had an agenda of bringing folks down this way. And with my work with Vermont Performance Lab, we did this. We put people on buses, and we had a performance club. And I think getting people on buses goes back for me till I was in 7th grade. I did this kind of stuff. But anyway, Paul Brun in Vermont was really known for his bus tours with the Preservation Trust. He'd get his board on a bus, and they do an overnight and as a retreat and to listen. And so I I went to Paul with this idea, and he immediately jumped on board. Because I was asking him for advice, and then I said, "Hey, you want to help me do this?" So, Paul passed away on September 19th, I think it was, and I spoke to him 2 nights before he passed, and we had just finished curating the tour. Oh. So his fingerprints were all over this tour. And our intention with it, which really did carry out, was to get people from all over the state to come together, legislators, and we thought resource people, like folks from the USDA, the Vermont Housing Conservation Board, get us all together on a bus and visit and speak with entrepreneurs, small businesses, farmers, creatives. And so the tour started in Randolph, and we visited Springfield. We looked at these threads: the digital economy, the farming, manufacturing, cheese making, forest products, the creative economy, and of course, all of those things are intertwined. And what it was a packed 2 days. So we visited Springfield, Putney, Brattleboro, Vernon, Wilmington, Weston, and Brattleboro. And along the way, we couldn't possibly pack everything in. But you were at one of our stops in Putney, and there were a few things that really came through. One is the strength of the Vermont brand, and which is a real positive, and that we heard from people that access to legislators and access to state government was really a positive, and it made Vermont a good place to do business. And that the things that we heard about were the inhibitors, access to workforce, and a lot of that had to do with housing, and the continued importance to build broadband and connectivity was really important. And there were some real concerns that we heard about. We know that Act 250 is going to be discussed in the legislature, after 50 years, what can we improve? And there were some concerns about over-regulating, that can be an inhibitor.
I'm certainly hearing the same thing, too, that we can continue to protect Vermont, especially for small businesses. They need some help.
Yes, and to streamline the process, to make it predictable, to make it, possible for smaller businesses to do this. Because right now the feeling, and I've seen it working on a community project, it takes a lot of know-how and a lot of professionals to help you get through that process. And for some smaller businesses, that really just tilts the playing field away from them. So we heard that loud and clear, and we're also, I want to let folks know who weren't able to be part of this tour. We are having a hearing up at the State House on December 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. And written testimony can be sent in, and I can share that info on a number of community forums. But I feel like it's really important for us to be listening to our communities. And the tour really illustrated where there has been great community leadership, that resources flow into those communities. And so when there's great organization in a community, that those resources come in from we see the fingerprints of USDA, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, helping with tax credits, preservation money, and it's a really wonderful, it's wonderful to see, the meeting of these resources. But we know we're seeing it all over consolidation, with our hospitals, with our schools, and, how that's going to affect these small businesses. I feel like there's a lot of nimbleness and flexibility and creativity, and I think that's where we're going to be able to get out in front. And one last thing is that the importance of the markets outside of Vermont to support Vermont businesses. We heard a lot of folks who are manufacturing, and exporting out of Vermont, and that, the Vermont brand, and then it's known for quality, is something that really helps. So,
this affects agriculture as well, to have those markets outside. Although over the summer we had then Secretary Sherling come down to Putney to talk to some businesses, and he opened his remarks by asking, okay, what's the most commonly exported product from Vermont? And of course, the first thing everyone said was maple syrup, and he said, no, it's computer chips.
Yep.
And he said, Vermont's technology is renowned around the world. Most phones have chips that started here in Vermont, and I think that exemplifies how diverse the Vermont economy is and can be. And we need to bring more intention to what we're doing, and as you said, the planning that happens usually bears fruit. So
Yeah.
How do we get everyone on board to understand that?
Well, let me share a story that I heard. I learned that Vermont is also the goat capital of,
Okay.
and Randolph happens to be the center of a lot of that. And it's so interesting that folks are sending their hides to this Vermont Glove, which is it's been a company that's been around for a long time, and they're manufacturing gloves that cost about $100. They're sold to a lot of companies that work like our power companies, right? And then I hear down in Westminster about the meat packing company that's had a few bumps and it recently sold. And there are 3 brothers from Algeria who have bought Westminster meats, and they're producing halal meats. And so it's becoming a center for goat meat. And so I think what that tells us 2 things about the innovation, but also it disrupts this narrative that Vermont is not welcome to people from outside, that it's a very white state. So I was really happy to hear that, to hear this from David Major, who was on our tour. The other piece is that Vermont is also rivaling North Carolina as the Vermont producer, handcrafted furniture, which is really exciting. And so one of the things that I think we're missing in the narrative around Vermont is not only about the quality in the skiing and the wonderful recreation, is the story about the quality of living in these small rural communities. And I think where there's engagement and neighborliness, and it's not always, we don't always believe and think the same way, but there's this really wonderful way to engage in civil discourse. And I think that is a missing piece of our narrative around Vermont, because it really, raising kids here and living here as a senior and starting a business, this is a really wonderful state to do that work, especially Windham County.
Exactly.
So
best place to raise a family.
Yeah.
We thought it was, and it turned out to be so, and we certainly encourage others to have that experience.
And that's what we did. That's what my husband and we did. We came back went to college here, moved away, came back to lay down our roots. The schools were great. We have a small business, a recording studio. The fact that it's a thriving music community down here, it's kind of a very strong music center, is a really positive thing. So the creative economy is an important piece of our rural economy. And that was one of the big takeaways that legislators were not truly aware of. Of course, me being in the creative economy, somebody who's worked in the arts, I know that. But we heard it on the ground from our farming families, from our schools, from all educators, everybody that this was an important aspect.
And these are clean industries too.
They are light. They walk lightly on the land, right? And also are ways. The arts, you and I know this because you're a musician. The arts are a great way to connect people, and I think that's an important part of the work of the arts.
Yeah,
so.
I bet. A little bit of a shift here,
Yeah.
back to your committee work, and justice reinvestment. About 12 years ago, Vermont was looking at a projection that our prison population was just going to keep rising and rising, and we decided we wanted to do something different.
Yeah.
And we started what we call justice reinvestment, where we looked at all the alternatives to incarceration, all the various helps, and it worked.
Yeah.
But it's time now for the sequel.
Yeah, the sequel.
Update,
yeah,
version
the update.
2.
Yes, I think we're calling it Justice Reinvestment 2.
And now this is your committee, and what can you share about
Sure.
what we're looking at in the next session?
This work will definitely, the idea for this, Alice Emmons, who's the chair of House Corrections and Institutions, was serving in the legislature during Justice Reinvestment 1. And when we were hearing from advocates and victim services. You know, we hear from all sides of the equation, and you know the idea around criminal justice reform. And you know, Allison has taught me. You know, we make our decisions based on data. You know, it's not about how loud a person's voice. It's fact-based decisions, right? So yes, justice reinvestment was an idea that percolated out of our committee, and it very quickly gained support because others in the legislature had been involved too. So I just want to be clear, you know, this is a process that's happening during the off session. A lot of this work is being reported to a committee that meets during the off session, which I do not serve on, but two members of our committee do. The Joint Justice Oversight.
House Senate committee?
It's a joint House-Senate committee with members from judiciary, healthcare, human services, corrections, and institutions. So some of the work, the justice reinvestment work is being done by a working group that it's comprised of legislators and advocates and folks from the judicial and executive branches of our government. And they have been making monthly reports to the committee. And so I wanted to share a little bit, because the report from October was 46 pages. The one from November 15th is 76 pages. So I'm just working my way through. But, you know, there are the things that they're focusing on are what are the drivers, and then what are the programs that we have access to. So I wanted to share some of the reported crime trends that although Vermont historically has had some of the lowest crime rates, the state's violent crime rate has risen in recent years, which this is something for us all to be concerned about. And I'm particularly concerned about, of course, what goes on at the state level, but what's going on in Windham County. And oh gosh, we have a lot of graphs here. You know, there are changes in the crime rate in Windham County has stayed relatively stable. There have been shifts, you know, but where we've seen increases is in Franklin, Lamoille, Washington, and Caledonia counties. And I think the initial analysis provides like an important understanding of who is moving through our criminal justice system and ensuring that evidence-based policies and practice are in place to achieve best results. So all this to say is I think our philosophy around what are the programs that are needed in incarcerated settings are changing. We're doing a good job in diverting people from going into our facilities, but what justice reinvestment is revealing is that we have a very, I think, overly complicated system in terms of what the different, I could get in the weeds here, but what are the different levels of supervision? You know, people are in our facilities and then they're out on furlough or parole and probation. And we only have about 1,800 people inside of our facilities, we have about 8,000 people under the supervision of our Department of Corrections. And what we're hearing there is that there's also a lack of transitional housing for folks who are getting out, and then people are bouncing back in. So their work is not done yet, but I know, and their work will be done by December. And then I know our committee will be taking up some of these recommendations. We're finding that, you know, I don't know how aware folks are about the digitization of our systems in Vermont. It's been slow, but it's happening. And it's happening within our judicial branch too, and within corrections. And it's slow, but it's happening. And I think it'll be easier for us to extract some of the data once those things are in place. And Windham County was one of the first counties where this work is being done. So, you know, I'm an optimist. You know, I think there's some real work that can be done in terms of making sure that we have good programs, that we can streamline systems, that folks have fair and equal access to some of these programs, and an appreciation for that really tough work that our Department of Corrections is doing. And one of the bright spots is I think our community justice centers that were created with justice reinvestment the first time around are having real impact. Yeah. And I think the changes are one person at a time, and we are having some impact. And we need to continue to adequately fund those programs so that they continue, and the data is supporting that's seeing the positive results of the work that's happening with our community justice centers and the programs that are funded through the Attorney General's office, around diversion and.
So in the minute we have left, if people want to weigh in on this process or just get in touch with you in general, what's the best way to get in touch with you?
So the best way to get in touch with me is email, for sure. And that my legislative email is the best, scoffee@ledge.vt.us. My legislative email is the best way to be in touch. I have monthly coffee hours. They'll be the first Saturday.
Pun intended
Yeah,
there?
yeah, coffee with coffee. So if people want to reach, and I'm doing those during the session. Yeah. And following the work of the Joint Justice Oversight Committee, the agendas are posted, the presentations are posted. People can send in written testimony if they have thoughts. There are a lot of groups and organizations who are involved in that process too.
And it's at the legislative website?
It is. It's on our state website.
Sure.
Under the Joint Justice, under the Joint Committee section.
Yeah. Right. Well, thanks so much for taking this time. We could probably go on for quite a while. I really appreciate the work you've been doing up in Montpelier and back home here. You've been a wonderful addition to our county delegation, so it's been a pleasure to work with you.
And I feel the same way, Mike. Thanks.
Well, thank you. And it's a pleasure to work here with people here at BCTV. I don't want to take for granted what they do to help bring our work closer to you here. So thanks a lot to the people at BCTV, and thank you for watching. Bye-bye now.
Okay, so I'm calling the Union Planning Commission to order, and at 18:04, 6:04. Announcements. I don't care. Oh, I did. So the town has hired a sustainability coordinator. It's Stephen Dotson. He has lived in the area for a little bit, a couple of years. He's been doing a lot of work as a consultant and contractor with various organizations in town. He will be starting February 3rd. We're super excited. It was really, really strong field of over 75 really qualified applicants. So yeah, there were a couple steps in the process. On the hiring committee was the town manager, myself, Steve Barrett, who's director of public works, Liz McLaughlin and David Scholes from the select board, Oscar Heller, who is chair of the energy committee, and Elizabeth Bridgewater from Women Windsor Housing Trust. So I feel really good about the decision, and we're really excited for Stephen to start. He's got a broad range of skills and perspectives on sustainability. So there's community building aspects, there's the energy, there's agriculture and transportation. So we're very excited.
What was he working on just before this or presently, if anything?
He'd been, I'm not sure if I have it exactly right, but he'd been associate director at Rich Earth Institute. He's been consulting with Brattleboro Savings and Loan on their B Corp status, maintaining their B Corp status. He's worked at One Report, which they pulled together, I think, a bunch of sustainability metrics for businesses to help them. He's volunteered. He's a Wyndham Regional Commissioner. He's been working on a sibling project where, like, this area would partner up with a community in Sweden, exchange ideas.
A lot of ideas we could get from there.
Yeah.
It's likely.
Not sure how many
we can
translate
implement
over there.
Yeah.
Um,
I maybe have an announcement. This is a while ago that we got a follow-up, some of us got a follow-up letter from the, specifically James Levinson from the signpost idea. That was one of the applicants. And I guess he was just writing to try to see if there's anything else we could do. I wrote an email back saying I'd bring it up at the next meeting, but the Better Block Challenge is over, and sorry, didn't work out for them. And that, you know, we'll be reminded of you, and maybe something will come again in the future.
One of the things that recently has come up that I think maybe we should send their way is the Town Arts Fund.
Oh.
That might be a source of funding that they could look towards. Those applications, I think, are due January 10th, so
Okay. Town Arts Fund.
that might be good.
I'll send that email, I guess, too.
Okay. You can look it up and you'll find
Okay.
a link to the application. No,
Okay.
I'm not sure who would be designing their sign, but if they could incorporate
Okay.
an artist into it. I think those are for grants up to 5,000.
Okay. Well, could be a billboard. Oh, it's not allowed in Vermont. Put it right over in Hinsdale.
Other announcements?
A
Thank you.
stepsister community.
Public comments.
I am the public.
You are the public. Would you like to comment?
Hello. That's my comment.
Okay, approval of the minutes. Did everybody get a chance to read the minutes? Any questions? Comments? I guess, do I need to make a motion to approve them before we can have comments?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
All right, is there a second? So, comments, additions, corrections, changes.
They look good to me.
You have to insert the date, or a time. Insert time here, it says.
Oh,
Um,
I will.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. All right, there's a shift in our agenda. We're gonna do the neighborhood development area designation in advance of the downtown design plan, because Andrew has to go.
All right. Yeah, so thanks for being flexible. I have to fill in for Brian for development review board tonight. Which is at 7. You don't mind if I don't want to be
You want me to sit?
control. Yeah. Thank you. All right, so I guess before I came in to the town, Sue and Brian, I guess it was just Sue, you and Brian at the time were thinking about getting something called the neighborhood development area designation, which is another state kind of designation program, kind of like how we have our downtown that's designated, and also West Brattleboro Village. This is another kind of designation. So kind of the background, there's 159 state designations throughout the state of Vermont, ranging from village centers to growth centers. There's kind of the core designations, which is village center, downtown, or new town center, and then the neighborhood development area is an add-on to that. So kind of a quick overview. Basically similar to downtown in terms of the benefits you get. It kind of really reduces the time and cost of state permitting in those areas that are within an easy walking distance of another state designation like our designated downtown. And then areas also that are compact and have services. That municipalities or developers, so private or public entities, may use the designation to encourage the creation of new homes in development-ready locations. And then basically designation has to go to existing municipalities that have existing designations like us. So this is kind of like the meat of why we want to get an NDA, is the benefits that come with it. Starting with qualified mixed income projects. So mixed income means not just affordable, it's all sorts of income. Are exempt from Act 250 regulations, which is huge. That's a lot of money developments can save. I mean, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars.
Hope so.
Say again?
I think you're probably going to answer this question slowly.
All right. In our wastewater reviews are capped at $50. That's another cost that's saved. Municipalities receive priority consideration for state grants, so other opportunities to really expand and create housing. And then for properties that do have an existing Act 250 permit, there's no permit or amendment that's required. And then for a mixed income project, again, that meets underlying permit conditions to our regulations in place. There's exceptions from land gain tax. And then Act 250 projects not qualifying for exemption do receive a 50% discount. So for example, Red Clover Commons 2, which will be going in a few years, they would receive, if they did not apply yet for Act 250, they would receive a 50% discount, which would save them, I think, like $12,000 or something. And then a local conditional use decision that a housing project meets the character of the area criteria, it cannot be appealed by like a neighbor, for example. If it met administrative review by Brian, DRB. Yep. So yeah, that's kind of so very similar to downtown designation benefits. It really creates opportunities for new housing. I know we aren't growing right now, but if we have something like this in place, it really, we're being proactive. So if growth does come eventually, we have the programs in place to address it.
Can you explain what land gains tax is?
I'll do my best job. I'm not sure, Sue, if you know. Can I get back to you?
Answer.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm just wondering.
Randy, do you
yeah,
know?
I-
I figured you probably would know.
If you have a property transaction, and I think there may be a number of years that go along with it as well, and I don't know the deal with the number of years. And you sell, it's to stop people from turning properties over quickly. So I think if you hold it less than a certain number of years and you make a profit when you resell, you have to pay taxes on the amount of your profit.
It's like capital gains.
Yeah,
Like a capital
it's like capital gains tax. But I can't tell you what the year numbers are that go along with it, but that's the idea.
Great, thank you.
Stop that horrible real estate investment in Vermont.
I'm curious how it can be exempt from Act 250.
Well, it's for areas that are that the state feels, or that we also feel should have new housing development, or should be developed in a more compact neighborhood development pattern, which.
Well, there is, I mean, we should be careful with that, because
Yeah.
you'll see there is a criteria. It's supposed
Yeah.
to be within a half a mile
Yeah.
walking distance
And I was
of
gonna
the
get to that.
designated downtown.
Yeah.
So, because it adds on
Yeah.
to the downtown designation. It's not something that you can even do on the village.
No, you can.
You can,
Yeah, it's just a different buffer.
different buffer?
Yeah,
Quarter
different.
mile.
Yeah, quarter mile.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we might
So-
need to revisit that.
Yes. So it's really for areas that are within walking distance of the services again. So trying to create more walkability, and like when I get to the application process, there's like a whole complete streets framework that they want towns to follow.
And the wastewater review is can you explain why that is a benefit?
So it's another fee that developers have soft costs and hard costs. It's a soft cost, and it's just another obviously they go through us, and then they have 250, and then they have to go through A&R for wastewater, which is just all developments have to do it, and that can also add up. So it's just $50 is pretty cheap.
Yeah, $50 is pretty cheap, but that doesn't mean they're cutting corners in terms of their reviews or
Yeah,
dealing
no.
with their wastewater.
No, it's
They still have to
actually getting
go.
rid of duplicative review.
Oh, it is. Oh, well, that's good. Okay.
Or the review happens, but you only have to pay 50
Yes.
instead of whatever the normal.
Right,
Whatever
well,
the
the
normal
review
fee
happens,
is.
but it's, capping the fee at 50 instead of hundreds or something.
So I mean, for many people, when they see it, like, you know, don't have to pay for Act 250, that's a pretty good thing. I mean, not saying it's bad, I mean, I think Act 250 does have its benefits, but it could be expensive.
For example, just to give you an idea of Act 250 fees, when Red Clover Common 1 was built, that was about $22,000 in Act 250 fees. Fees,
Mm-hmm.
yes, to get their state land use permit.
And that's
just to get
an
the
add-on.
permitting to be able to do anything after that.
And that's
That's
an
like a
add-on.
percent of the value of the development or something mostly, or?
I don't recall how they calculate that. Do you know how Act 250 fee is?
I think it actually
I
might be.
think it is a.
I think it is,
I think
yeah.
so,
So, you know, you have, so they go through us, they pay our fees, and we also, you know, it could be up to 10,000 or more sometimes, and then they go to Act 250, and then, so, yeah. And,
Do you want us, are you expecting action or are you just informing?
So we want to apply for this designation and submit in February because we see it as a kind of a no-brainer. We think our land use regulations are where they need to be and we can meet all the requirements. We are asking for an extension of the half-mile radius around the designated downtown. And we'll show you on the map, and we can justify why. So we just think that it's a pretty, it's kind of a no-brainer if it can give anybody who might want to develop in this area, you know, some relief from Act 250 or just other state permitting fees. Then it didn't seem like it just seemed like a low cost because there's kind of no cost for us to do this.
yeah. And it encourages housing too. And so, going to the map, this is our proposed NDA, and as you can see, that's the half-mile buffer. And some reasons why we're extending to kind of the canal, north of Canal Street, or just before exit 1, is because, as you can see, almost half of the buffer is in New Hampshire, and there's the Connecticut River. And then we also have a lot of natural constraints, like steep slopes, especially in this area right here. And we already have a lot of existing, really developed neighborhoods. So, most of it obviously is in the half-mile buffer, but then we're looking at, like, you know, Josh, where you live, John Generous Street, and then there's fairgrounds, and then where a lot of the services are existing, and then obviously there's the hospital as well that's right there. And that's what I think I have. Yeah.
So you can see, I mean, it's really built for maybe redevelopment of these areas or
Yep.
infill, particularly,
Yeah.
you know, in the Price Market 32 area or, you know, who knows, outlet center. I mean, who we don't really know. It's not like there's a lot of large vacant parcels to be developed there, but it's really just preparing in case there was to be.
You know, they wanted, let's just say that one of that, you know, the plaza with the Price Locker was transformed into like a mixed-use development in years to come or something. You know, the area, you know, yeah. And you know, another thing is too, like this area is also serviced by water, which is important. And I have some additional maps I'll show you that show the facilities that are located. Any questions regarding the proposed NDA, the changes, or?
Do they do extensions, like physical mileage extensions or whatever? Are we trying to do like a half-mile radius or bring it up to 3/4 mile?
No, there isn't really any specifics. It just, you know, there is, I mean,
Criteria
so,
we
you know,
need to address.
basically the area that we're going to extend should be consistent with the statewide planning goals.
But I mean, you're allowed to just like extend it.
if we can, if
you can-
certain conditions are met.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You know, does the extension represent a logical extension of existing development, for example? So, yes, we can.
Is there a consideration for the village of West Brattleboro?
Well, now,
No, there has
There
not
hasn't been,
been,
but-
and I think we definitely
Village
do to consider that. I'm gonna confess that was off the radar, that you could extend it on a village center, because when we met with the state, that was not the discussion that we had.
Oh.
So that's my fault. The one thing that you should know is the floodplain cannot be included in
Yep.
it. So it doesn't necessarily help
So see
out
how we,
Melrose
like,
Terrace
just-
right now,
But it would
but it
help
could
Delaware
help out,
Chalet.
it could help out Delaware Chalet for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
And eventually it could help out the Melrose Terrace
When it's
properties,
out of-
when the map has been revised.
And is this not, is it connected in any way to village center designation?
It does in that the area has to be contiguous to
Mhm.
a state designation, so village center or downtown. So we could not go and put this up on Putney Road with a
Is it a
right to the
village center
downtown.
designation or
Or
a
downtown
downtown
designation that
Yep.
it attaches to.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So essentially, the benefit is tax breaks, permit breaks,
Permit breaks, a
Yep.
little bit of the,
Yep.
you know,
and
And
then
then-
little bit
and-
of the tax.
And then more consideration, more priorities for grant opportunities as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
it does not extend like the historic tax credits
Mhm.
or any of those at this time.
Oh, okay.
So it would make sense in terms of West Brattleboro to first, if possible, we were talking about broadening the village center designation first, and then doing this.
Well, we were talking about extending the village zoning district, not the village center designation.
We were talking about both originally, as I
don't
remember it.
recall the village center designation, that's a
Because of
different
tax
process.
credits.
Okay,
Right, which is a different
Yeah.
process, but,
a different process.
right, but that would be then
Yeah,
after the zoning change, which it hasn't changed yet.
not yet.
So once the zoning change and then talked about.
Yeah, that is an
including-
option, we could.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
We could look for an
And then
extension of the
then
village.
this, like the order, okay.
What are the potential negatives, if any?
I don't see any.
I mean, I don't see any myself right now. I mean, there's only like a couple towns, mostly in Chittenden County, that have done it. I mean, we really would be the first in southern Vermont to do this. But obviously, we see more of these kind of designations in those areas because they are seeing some growth.
Is there, can you give us an example of one that's gotten it and then done the development so we could actually
Well, I know
see how it
Winooski
looked?
has a designation, in terms, oh, I mean, developments that have happened after.
Yeah,
Not exactly, but I can look into it. I'm
Yeah, I don't.
now, since
I
I've
don't know where
made
that-
some connections in that area, so I can contact some people and see what I can get.
I mean, it would be cool to see.
Yeah, no, of
if
course.
somebody had
I
done
think,
something really interesting with it.
The only other thing I would say, so one example would be Putney. So we're going for this neighborhood development area boundary, where we're going for a whole area. You can do a site-specific
Mm-hmm.
designation. And so Putney Landing, which is the affordable housing complex off of exit 4 that Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust did, they went and did a site-specific there, I think, for the reduction of the fees, the Act 250 and the wastewater. So that's an example. I mean, it's not necessarily going to, it didn't spur that development, but it helped make that project more financially feasible by knocking down those fees. So that was the one example that they gave us, I think, and I'm thinking, as we talk, like, if there was to be a development sooner rather than later out in West Brattleboro attached to the village center, we could go for a site-specific
Oh, okay.
designation, and then I think it's kind of a temporary thing. It didn't get the impression that maybe it stays with it, but you can, if you know you've got a housing project going in, you could seek that site-specific.
So, I do know the Champlain Housing Trust uses it a lot in Chittenden County.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch
I
of,
think it is the housing trusts that are primarily,
that are primarily using it.
because of the fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and so they're doing it for individual sites when they do a project.
Gotcha.
Isn't it, aren't a lot of things in a town like Brattleboro exempt from Act 250 already because
Well,
our
down-
planning,
Mhm.
because
It
of,
depends. Well, we do have zoning and subdivision regulations, but when you're talking about a project that like the Housing Trust or the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships are gonna do, they're creating a certain number of units, which
yeah.
does
It's
trigger
just
Act
the
250.
outlet.
So Red Clover Commons had more than the number of units
right,
that are required, so they do need an Act 250.
projects.
It's not, acreage is not the only.
It's
Yeah.
not the only.
So then, would we want to do something, or would anyone want to do something like this on a smaller scale within Brattleboro? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because in effect, if this long-term and if more places in the state do this, all the areas outside of the zones will have their fees increased to kind of subsidize the areas within. And that's all right if we value this, smart growth and dense growth. And if we were to do something like this, but since those other areas are like the rest of the state, it's like kind of all just a benefit for us as an individual town without much drawback. But if we were to do something like this within our town,
Are you talking
I'm saying
about
a
with
town
our
policy.
own, a town policy? that
yeah,
our
then the
own, like,
rural
we-
people would be like, oh, our fees are going up to subsidize the reduced fees in the town. But that's not what we're doing. I'm just saying it makes me
But
think.
is that,
Okay.
would that happen? I mean, is
Could we do
is
that?
the state saying, oh, well, we're taking so much of a loss on these neighborhood designation projects that now we're
Well, they
gonna
must.
charge more in our fees for other
Well, I
things?
don't
must,
know
they
that they
have to
view it
balance
that way. I mean, I think
I
they're
don't
trying
think
to
that's not
spur
what I got from
development,
them.
and so I
Yeah.
think they view if they can,
Yeah, I also,
increase the housing.
I also-
I mean, we'd have
yeah.
to ask them in that manner, but I didn't get
Yeah.
the impression that they're looking to raise fees
No, yeah.
somewhere else to help subsidize development that might be happening in these areas. I think they're trying to spur development.
and I
But
also
it,
think,
but it's really actually a question worth asking, because if an
course.
unintended consequence is that, that rural development becomes more expensive.
well, also think they're trying to put the housing where it should be, in more of the urban areas. I don't think they're trying to, in any way, the program isn't intended to raise prices for rural areas, at least from what I've read, but we can look into that further. I mean, I think it is a valid question.
I mean, I guess it depends on if the state budget says, we're gonna get so much money out of Act 250,
Uh-huh.
and if they come in shy, then they raise their fees.
I don't know that
I
that's
don't
ever
know.
been done
Yeah.
before, do you know? I mean,
I would say that they have a long ways to go before this becomes a problem. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah, exactly.
Like you said, it's just
Yeah.
It's
chin
the,
in.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have that problem with current use because it's that popular of a
Yeah.
statewide program, but
Yeah.
Right.
these neighborhood development areas have not taken off, and
Yeah.
actually, in most areas, there are good reasons why they're not going to, and so because they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have
Yeah.
water and sewer.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So I don't think they're going to burn through their coffers very quickly.
So the point is to induce development in developed areas.
Yes, the development, yeah, it's
Yeah.
really meant for the areas that are ready for it,
Yep.
or have the infrastructure.
So then, do you need us to approve you doing this?
Well, yeah, so, I guess to give you a little timeline, so this is kind of a task list of what I've been doing for the application. Making great progress. I mean, if we want to aim for February, I mean, I should really be done with this by the end of the month. We basically met with them already. We got a confirmed letter from Wyndham Regional. All these are just the different components. I'm going to show you some of the maps I've been working on, but yeah, we're moving along pretty smoothly.
we don't need a formal vote. I mean, it could be
don't.
nice
Yeah.
to have a vote. We were gonna take this to the select board just to kind of keep them apprised as to what we're doing, but it's not like a requirement of the application
Oh,
or
okay.
anything like
Yeah.
that. It's
Okay.
more of, this is a planning tool, so we thought we'd bring it before the planning commission and also let the select board know what's going on.
Okay.
But if you wanted to take a vote in support, that is nice too.
So yeah, so there's some mapping requirements just for the application, and these are in progress. One of them is to map some of the natural resources. So endangered rare species. I still got to figure out what species exactly are in this area. Wetlands, and then of course the flood zones. And there's some still in the area. I mean, as you can see, Brownborough has a lot of natural constraints. So no matter what, we're gonna hit something. But and then these are the slopes that are greater than 25%. Yeah. So a lot of this area, I mean, even though it's kind of in that designation, is part of the retreat and the retreat trails. So we wouldn't really be developing there anywhere. It's just within that boundary. And then this is the facilities map. So we got sewer lines. It's hard to see. I'm sorry. There's sewer infrastructure, transit lines, public facilities like the hospital. School, trails, and then I'm working on a map with someone from Public Works with planned facilities because that is also another map. And then the next one, areas that are appropriate for residential development, which is basically just I just showed the zone, the residential zones that are in that area, like residential neighborhood, neighborhood center, and then the mixed-use center, and then the density that's allowed in those zones. Because that's another component of the application, is that we have to meet a certain density that's already in our regulations, and we surpass it. So we're good there. We do have an historic district that's in, that would be within the NDA, which is like Clark Street, and then
Important homes.
yep, and then the proximity, obviously, to our downtown designation. And then still working on these. Other than that, any other questions?
Can you go back?
Sure.
What's this? Why is that out, why is that not
Oh, because this is the designation, the downtown.
Oh,
It's technically not part
okay.
of the NDA. Yep.
Can you go back one more map?
You got
on
it.
the page? The brown, what is that? Endangered species?
So endangered / rare species live or been found in this area.
My house is
I'm not sure exactly what it is. I got to get in touch with
I
I
might
think it's
have.
Fish and Wildlife or
Yeah, I
yeah.
might have some.
It's in your backyard.
Yeah, me
information.
too.
Sometimes
I mean,
it's a
well,
rare
it could
flower.
be it could be birds or
No,
insects
it can
even.
be,
Like
it can be
newts or-
vertebrates, it can
Yeah,
be
invertebrates, yeah.
rare flowers or plants.
Yes.
We've
Flora or
seen that.
fauna.
Well, I just learned about the kettle pond,
Yes.
Yes,
Kettle
and
pond
that's-
is probably
yeah.
that.
right there in the
Yeah.
middle. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That we have
Where
a
is
kettle
that?
pond,
Oh, yeah.
It's,
But you're-
but it's not
It's
been
near
treated
Wilson's
well at
Woods.
all.
Is that from a glacier? A glacier's pressure or something?
think-
Or
What, how do you
We
define
talked
a
about
kettle
this in our
pond?
conservation,
No
the
idea.
conservation commission.
But apparently
It's
all, there's all
naturally,
sorts of runoff from
There
the high
is.
school and
Yeah, parking
DPW and
lot,
all that,
yeah.
and it's all just,
And Canal Street and
Yeah.
yeah,
Wilson's
I
Woods.
just went to a meeting where they're
It's
Highlighted by
gonna
the
try
state
and
as a
bring
very
it back.
high priority area for remediation and
Right.
stormwater.
So you're right there,
Yeah.
you know where it is.
Yeah, I had a duck that flew in there one time and I had to go get her out of there.
Oh.
That's how I discovered it.
Did you feel salty afterwards? I guess it's
I didn't get
pretty,
in it, no, I
pretty
like
highly.
coaxed her back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not a good shape.
It's not in good shape.
But you got it.
Yeah, so that's it. That's what we've been working on, and yeah, we see it as a positive for the town, but obviously, we really appreciate your feedback.
I see it as a positive.
Yeah, you know, like obviously I always worry about like the fallout or the aftermath, and,
Mhm.
you know, like the negatives that we didn't foresee.
Mhm.
You know, like 5 years down the road, like ooh, is it something we can reconsider in the future if there is?
Well, I'll tell you this:
Take
you
it
do
back.
have to go for like every 5 to 8 years. It has to be renewed.
Okay.
So
Yep.
I guess during that time we could reconsider.
Yep.
It does have to read.
Yep, just like
Oh.
any other designation does. Yep.
yeah, it looks just like benefits to me.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
when and if development pressure comes,
Yep.
it'll be
Right.
more attractive
Well, and
for it.
isn't it, I mean, we would like more housing.
Yeah. I mean,
So
we still
even
have
if
a
we
housing
don't-
problem in town,
Right.
so
Yeah.
This seems like part of that.
Because it is an emphasis on housing.
yep. And it's an emphasis not just on like affordable, but all
All kinds of.
all kinds of housing.
Cool.
Yep.
Great,
That's it.
thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Terrific.
Brandy? Okay, next. Do you have your report, Brandy?
Hmm?
Do you have your report?
I have my,
Or
I have my bits and pieces.
Can you just use?
What you got?
I have an
HDMI?
Yeah,
Yeah,
can
we
you use
just plug
this?
it in.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's one in each hallway.
Need water.
Can I?
Oh, do you need
Yep,
water?
I'm
Josh?
gonna-
Is there? Yeah, we
Am I
have
taking
a.
a sheet?
do you have
You
any,
see?
like a
Or-
No.
We have a water thing in there, but there's a water fountain right.
There's cups. There are cups right here.
I'll get it. Yeah.
You don't want to go in there.
Doesn't look that scary.
So you all got the email with the results?
Yes.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, you gotta look at it, great. Thank you. That's what we're gonna talk about too, so. Fantastic.
Yeah, really interesting. So interesting. Are they gonna be available online?
What?
These?
Survey results? Yeah, and actually, they're getting integrated into the story map
Okay.
as well.
Which we're gonna look at.
Yes.
But I was just thinking for the, if anybody ever watches these television shows,
Mhm.
that they might actually.
I can
wanna
put this
then-
document up.
Yeah.
As soon as I run later. We can get up tomorrow.
Are we waiting for?
There he is.
Trying to think, I don't know that I did put this on the project website. I've still got the videos to put links up to and this, so.
Yeah,
It's on
but
my
we
to-do
can,
list.
I can get it on ours as well.
Okay. So tonight's agenda is to look at the survey results and then look at the structure of the product that we're working on, the story map. Give you a sense of what I'm envisioning and an opportunity to provide some feedback while it's still in sort of the progress of being developed. And I have a few specific things that I want you guys to give me some feedback on as well, in terms of what some of the priorities and focus things we should put more time into versus less time. So we can talk about that. But so the survey ended up getting a really good amount of response. So you ended up with 564 responses to the public space survey. It gave you some bit of a demographic breakdown. The one odd thing, and I think it's relevant to looking at the rest of the survey results, and this has actually never happened to me before with a survey. The respondents to the survey were predominantly female, so the ratio is not anywhere near 50-50 of respondents. So that's where we are. You can see the breakdown.
Oh,
So
wow, yeah.
yeah,
So the no response, so 20% we don't know.
20% we don't know. I mean, if you assume that that's all male, it still isn't a 50-50 sort of
Right,
breakdown. I mean,
right.
and it's assumably no response is not entirely 100% men. So I don't know what this what more to draw from this, but it's the first time this has ever occurred in my surveying career here. So there we are.
I thought it was a high number of respondents from Brattleboro as well, at
Mhm.
69%.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to see that.
Yep.
It's not like it was
Yeah.
primarily people from out of town.
No, I mean, we did hear from some folks, and obviously a couple of when we were distributing the survey during some of the events and stuff, I think we were getting a little more traffic from people who are out and about, but yeah, primarily from people in Brattleboro and then, nearby. So, one of the question was to ask people for 3 words to describe downtown Brattleboro. This ends up reflecting the range of what I heard. I did do some combining of very similar terms to try to give a sense of the weight of the concept, basically same ideas. So there might have been both, beautiful and pretty, and there were more beautifuls and there were a few pretties. I included the pretties with beautiful, that type of thing. So you can get some sense. The larger the typeface, the more people use that term. So you're seeing a mix here of positive and negative perceptions. I don't think it's that surprising what people are concerned about in downtown. So.
What's that? What do you say?
Creative, the word creative is small.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, there was not a lot of.
But
I think
artsy.
I think I combined. There was a few people who used the word creative, and I think I ultimately combined that one into the artsy grouping because it was just 2 or 3, and there was a
Okay.
lot more people who used
Word artsy.
the word artsy.
Interesting.
Yeah. So yeah.
So the big ones are lively, friendly, unsafe, and beautiful.
Mhm.
Yeah. Huh. So the specific question was, what words describe downtown?
Yeah, I asked,
Brattleboro?
yes,
Okay.
list 3 words that you would use to describe downtown Brattleboro. And we do know that some youth took the survey because they said it was boring.
Oh, yes.
Documentation. I don't know. I didn't go back and fact check that. I just made that up. But it did get boring in there. Equal to fun, though. So
Did any of, was there a follow-up that would help people, or help us to understand, like, inaccessible? What was meant by that?
we do have the open-ended questions that follow, and one of the things that you definitely see in the open-ended questions is accessibility coming up, that people have difficulty getting around Brattleboro, either because of mobility issues or because they have small children and they feel that it's challenging given the parking situation and the traffic situation to get them safely from one point A to point B. So those types of accessibility things is what I think people were using. More than more, so. Okay. So then we got into the series of questions about how frequently people come downtown and why they come downtown. So that was definitely, we heard from people who are here quite a bit, so daily or weekly in downtown. Those are primarily the folks who responded, and did give that a bit of a breakdown on age and general categories as well. And then why are people coming downtown? This lines up pretty well with what you got from the parking survey, which asked sort of a similar question. You know, they're coming downtown for food to go out, for shopping, for events. And we did not hear from any people who are living downtown. I think we tried hard to reach them, and I don't know that we actually managed to hear from a lot of people who are living downtown. And not for a lot, and people are not coming downtown for sort of recreational reasons, you know, to go, you know, going for a walk, going to a park, that type of thing. Those are down at the bottom as well. I can give you the printed copy. If you want. So asking people, we had the list of the of these 7 spaces. So the Wells Fountain Courthouse space, the Municipal Library space, Pliny, the Church Street Park, the Whetstone Pathway, Plaza Park, and down on Depot Street, and ask people, you know, which of these places offer these elements. So places to sit and rest, places to meet and talk, things to see, places for activity and play. You know, those are some of the the items of what makes for good public space. So we're basically asking, do you think that these have those components of good public space? And, you know, they're not particularly high here on these percentages. Pliny Park probably does the best out of this grouping in terms of offering some of those elements. And as we go along and look at the follow-up slides, and we start asking, you know, when people more about each place, each park specifically, there's a lot of people that just even aren't familiar with them. They don't go to them at all, or don't know of them, or, you know, have reasons why they don't go to them. So I think that's interesting as well. And then, so that question around what do public spaces offer you was followed up by an open-ended question that said, is there anything else these spaces offer you? And people could just write in a response. I did tag all those responses based on the themes that were in them. So you can see these were some of the most common. I put the positive ones up here at the top around green space. That was really high. People really want to see green spaces downtown, and preferred those. That came out in the photo preference survey as well. You know, people, the flowers downtown got mentioned, you know, events and activities, that kind of thing. But a vast, you know, much larger percentage of the comments focused on the problems in these spaces right now. And I mean, you can see that the first one there of drugs, drinking, addiction, sort of grouping of comments, more people, that was the comment, that's the category that got the most comments. And is obviously a large concern. And many people, you know, said that they were concerned about this as a problem, and then said that there were also positive things, you know, so it's not like people were entirely negative, but there was a fairly substantial level of concern with these issues and problems in the public spaces.
What was the date of the survey?
We opened the survey up in September, and it ran through the end of October-ish. So it was a good. It was open and available for 7 weeks or so, I think.
What stood out to you on this the most, and the negative comments?
I think the breadth of that being the top concern that people have, and it comes up even more in the sort of general comment question that comes in at the very end.
Yeah,
but,
I saw that. Yeah.
You know, I think even the people who see a lot of positive in downtown, they were still expressing concerns as well. So I think the kind of ubiquity of that starting to come up in the comments is something. So, and I tried to here and in the other sections, tried to pull some of the comments and include them directly so you can get a chance to read them. I know you can't read them on the screen here, but and I tried to give you a sense of the range of the types of comments that were there, so you can get a sense of what was heard. At some point, I'm going to export out all the comments in their entirety and get them over to Sue, and if you want to read the whole tome, you can. So then we started running through the individual public spaces, those 7 spaces, and asking about them. And I've got these in order based on the how many people are actually going to these places. So the Whetstone Pathway ends up being the one that people frequent the most. Obviously being a thoroughfare that people are moving through. And the table at the top shows, you know, how frequently people are on the Whetstone Pathway. So, you know, at least once a week, 21%, once a month, 19%. So even this, which is the busiest and most popular one from the bunch, is not still in the survey. A place, there's, you know, a third of people don't go there at all who responded to the survey. And, you know, remember that these are, you know, vast majority Brattleboro residents. So they're here in downtown quite frequently. So then, after asking that question, we asked about, and it was an open-ended question, about what people would like to see done to improve that space. And in this instance, on the Whetstone Pathway, the concerns around homelessness, loitering, and the drinking, drugs, addiction type of concerns, panhandling, those were clearly very high, and were so the one thing I think is interesting, if you run through that whole list at the top, so feeling unsafe or uncomfortable, and comments around policing as well, that was mentioned in at least 60% of the written comments to this question. So once again, people may have mentioned some positive things and mentioned one of these issues as well.
So the question is, what should be done to improve the Whetstone Pathway, and the answer is homelessness. I don't get that.
Well, the response was talked about homelessness as an issue. So they wanted to see something done to address the homelessness issue that they see on the Whetstone pathway. Or
So do something about the homeless people on the Whetstone pathway, so the way we're supposed to read this 23%.
The 23% of the people who answered said something about homelessness.
Addressing it.
They did. Some of them, most of them said we don't want to see evidence of homelessness on the Whetstone pathway, but not everyone. Some people made comments around wanting to provide more services to the homeless people who were on the Whetstone pathway.
Okay.
But
So it's more nuanced than
it is. It's more nuanced. It's, you know, when you have 500.
Right, yeah.
And we have 230 actual written comments on this, so I am trying to give you some sense of what topics were mentioned, and I will say that in the category around, say, homelessness, and also the one around policing, I would say too, there is comments sort of on both sides of the issue, so that, you know, like I said,
One
some
said
people,
more police, one said fewer.
yes,
Or police are doing a nice job being respectful
of people, or, you know, we need more policing, or, you know, we don't want people to be arrested for, you know, being in public spaces, that kind of thing. So you do see both sides of that on the policing. I would say both with the homelessness and the policing, more of the comments were of the variety of we want more policing, or we want, you know, not to see homeless people in our public space, than they were on the other side of, you know, we want to see less police activity, or we want, you know, more done for the homeless who are in our public spaces. But there was representation from both of those points of view. Yeah. And then in terms of what sort of actual specific things you really could do to make an improvement, you know, cleaning up, trash removal, that type of thing was the top item here, and then programming. So more events and activities and music happening. And many people did tie that idea of programming and activities with the comments around there being people loitering or inhabiting the space. That, you know, they wanted to see more activity so that there would be less of a predominance of people, the homeless, and camping type of use, which is basically how many people saw the Whetstone pathway this summer. So the second most frequented location was Pliny Park. And I think, you know, you can see the numbers fall off quite a bit here, actually, already, that an even smaller percentage of survey takers actually ever spend any time at Pliny Park. So we're basically down under a third being there, I would say, on any sort of regular basis. The issue here that got the most traction in the comments was having more programming. So that was either music, people wanted to see events and activities, that type of thing happening there, paying people to perform. And you can see the same negative issues that came up in relation to the Whetstone appear here, but the numbers are not as high for that. As we get over to the municipal center area.
Yikes. Wow.
A lot of people
I think they were there for it, though.
Yeah, I mean,
There's a steep hill.
there's a hill, there was some attempt at putting out a picnic table or two, but
There is some stuff at the top, but it's,
yes.
you know.
And there is the little garden by the library, but no one can figure out how to get into it, and whether it's even whether you're allowed to. So actually, there was some interesting comments around. We didn't think that was a place where you were allowed to be, essentially. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would have assumed that don't want anyone hanging out there.
Sometimes you do see,
Yeah, I do. I'm not gonna say
People,
no.
but-
I want to see people hanging out there, but I would assume.
Yeah, it's
not like a place
actually
to
a
hang out.
large amount of land, which is kind
Yeah.
of interesting to think about in
Yeah.
terms of,
Yeah, it's
and
green,
it's
right.
it's green, and shaded, but it is obviously quite sloped. It's a really serious slope. But yes, people definitely would like to see there be more seating. That was the big promotion there, and then just a more landscaped sort of appearance, aesthetically enhancing sort of that entrance into town. Same thing with the Depot Riverfront Park area. Again, a lot of people not even realizing that that's a public space that you can be in at all. So, and then accessibility and getting to this location, access came up in the comments here, and that was around the difficulty as a pedestrian of actually getting there. The need to cross through the intersection, to be on the other side of the road, to cross over, to deal with the railroad tracks, to get down there. So.
Wait, are you addressing the third one, access to the river?
Access to the river.
I think that means for recreational
No,
canoeing or
yeah, that
kayaking.
means for recreational. Access is the last one, down at the bottom,
I
6,
see.
yeah. The access to the river, people would like to be able to get to the river, and that's something we're going to have to address in the, in the story map. Some of the environmental concerns there, because,
Well, apparently BMAC might be doing it with their new development.
it's a different location,
I know,
there's some
yeah.
contamination issues.
yeah.
Right.
So when people say they
In-
want
in the
access
river.
to the river, they actually would like to be able to get into the water, to put a kayak in, or a small boat, or, be out, and that's a bit of a challenge in this location. And I think that's something that there isn't any sort of, those people who do know that it's a town piece of property can't figure out why that hasn't already been done. Because
And the
it
reason
seems like,
is that there's pollution there?
yeah.
There was coal tar found in the river back in the 80s, and that they don't want it disturbed. And so it's a steep slope, so you would have to put some sort of pier into it, and
And that would disturb it.
so that would disturb the coal tar on the riverbank or something.
Yeah, so it would be a major,
I'd have to pull the records and stuff if there is, plus it's the state of New Hampshire.
yeah, there's that problem too. As soon as you get into into the water, you're in New Hampshire too. So.
The high water mark.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that one.
So Plaza Park, once again, very hard to get to, and not a place that people are frequenting at all. And again, this is an area that people are concerned about how it is being used. The loitering issue and the homeless issues came up, and the drug issues there as well. And I didn't put up the individual sheets for the other two, which are the Church Street and the Wells Fountain, because no one goes to those. And they had such low numbers that, people, they're both very small little locations, and people don't really think of them as being a park space.
Oh, yeah, right, of course. Unless you're protesting, you're probably not there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Although I have to say, the one here is really nice.
The little fountain.
Yeah, Fountain Park, yeah.
There's actually a fair amount of space back there behind
It
that.
is,
as you
and
go
it's
up to
shaded, so like the
shaded.
trees are a little bit of a buffer to the street noise. It's actually.
It's true, I had never been there before until that walk around that we did.
Mhm.
I thought, oh, yeah, this is nice. It's just in one.
Yeah.
So we also asked if there were other places that people spend time in. The a lot of people just talked about being on the sidewalks, and their experience with that. In the parking lots as well, some people commented on parking lots, the space behind River Garden. A lot of people couldn't figure out why it is we didn't include the commons, and I think one of the recommendations I've got for looking up the story map is that we actually do include that as sort of a northern terminus, while it is outside your designated downtown and downtown zoning districts and stuff. It is sort of the logical endpoint to any kind of pathway system or something like that that would flow through downtown. Confused a lot of people by not including it in the survey. So those were some of the comments, and then the bottom one, 12% of people basically said they don't spend time in public spaces because there are concerns about safety or feeling uncomfortable in them.
The library's so low. Yeah, there's no lows in there. Yeah, I'm surprised the library only got, what was it, 9%? Seems like a very utilized space.
This was an open-ended question,
Yeah,
though,
so-
so it wasn't like it was prompted.
Oh, it wasn't
Yeah.
prompted, I got you.
Yeah, and
They
I
had
think
to
people
think
were,
of it.
I mean, people were probably got the idea that we were looking at outdoor type spaces to some
Right.
extent as well. I mean, people did provide some, some people reference a specific business that they go to, or, like, these are the sort of the destination points. I think you might want to think about those as for people coming downtown for a specific reason. And then we ended with the broad, question of anything else, basically, that people wanted to talk about. And so, in terms of the commentary, this is the thing that I think that probably did surprise me the most in the survey was the level to which, 27% of those 300 and some responses, in some ways, indicated that the person felt unsafe or uncomfortable downtown. And that's a serious number and a serious issue. Whether there really is that level of public safety concern or not, it hardly matters. If there's that perception that exists, and the comments are pretty rough about what it is that people are believe is happening and think is likely they're likely to face if they are going to go downtown. And people saying that they've changed their habits and don't go downtown to go to the movies, or don't bring bring young children with them when they go downtown, or that they only park in a few locations that they feel are okay and won't go into any of the other areas to park. So it's clearly a major. It's really affecting people's behavior and activity downtown. Yeah. Yeah, so other topics that came up, parking, always still a popular downtown concern, did come up as well. The concern about noise and trucks downtown. Bike lanes, bike parking came up. A lot of the amenity stuff that we're looking at. Restrooms, food vendors. There's always a small percentage of people that think that a pedestrian mall would be the best thing ever.
Church Street.
Yes, we just need Church Street.
Midtown Mall just had their event
Yeah.
on Saturday or something, and it's a
Well,
small space, but I think that'd be so in this climate where I don't know if I wrote that. I may have been one of the contributors. But,
To the pedestrian mall?
yeah, the climate's kind of uncomfortable more of the year than not, and so a kind of quasi outdoor indoor space.
Mm-hmm.
I
feel like it has
like the idea
potential.
of turning Harmony Lawn into a
Right.
park.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's nice.
That's kind of what my takeaway from all this is. It's kind of sad. The response from people, but it's understandable. And my realization now, I didn't even realize this before, that how we have almost no public space. Like, in reality that's accessible, that you can actually get to safely. We've got nothing. You know, like public space is hugely important to the vibrancy of a town, right? So what does it take, and you don't have to answer this, but what does it take to rip up Harmony parking lot and turn it into a park, the entire thing?
Well, we're
What
going
will
to,
that take?
we're going to talk about that through the story map. The thing to think about, and we'll talk a bit about it when
we don't need to, I don't need an
Yeah.
answer, because I know what it's
Yeah.
going to take, and it's
Okay.
basically impossible.
Well, we're gonna
But-
we're gonna look at that question is going to come up, and it's going to be addressed in the story map, and we'll talk about that.
Okay.
You could take one, you could do one of them. You could get rid of one of the parking lots and turn it into a park, I think.
And
The
it
one
should
on
be,
Flat Street is
And
a
it's
little
but
bit
you
easier.
can't do it to more than one and have enough parking.
yeah.
So there's some choices to be made. So
Like
that's the thing
growing-
that we need to talk about.
Growing up in Brattleboro, we used to hang out in Harmony parking lot, and then like the most unfathomable amount of hours spent in Harmony parking lot, and I'm not proud of it. But something that bums me out more than anything is that people don't hang out there anymore. You know, and
Yes.
it's a beautiful spot. If we got rid of all the parking, you know, we offered like eatery areas to some of the businesses that are eateries. And then if there's all green area with a fountain and then like a stage for performance or for protests or whatever, you know, it would not be as sad and minimal as Piney Park is, say. So it's like Harmony is like such an awesome opportunity, especially when we can't realistically access the river. You know, what else can we do? So it's like, that's, to me, it seems easy,
So
but
I would say that in response to your initial thing that there aren't any spaces, you actually do have spaces. There are access issues to the spaces, and there's sort of configuration and use issue, but it's the land. There is opportunity. You actually, as a municipality, have a lot of land downtown. It's how it's used and what it's used for is the question, really. So I would push back against that you don't have public space. I think you do. It's just
Yeah.
whether it's usable or good public space, I think,
Exactly.
is the question.
And when people are thinking about it, like what I take away from all this, the work that you put into this, like one of my takeaways is like a lot of people aren't even aware of like what the public spaces are. So like that's an indicator that like, okay, is there public space downtown? Like the big thing that they talk about is sidewalks. You know, like I hang out on a sidewalk. Like that's sad. You know, like the green space. You know, like we need green space, and like the amount of time that I've observed Brattleboro and been in Brattleboro, like the Harmony parking lot is a beautiful space for that. You know, and it's like it only makes sense to me. So,
Okay.
so
So
I'm gonna push back a little bit, but I hear you.
So
You'll see some ideas.
so there are some, yes, there are going to be ideas. And then I did include a range, again, of the comments for you to get a sampling and a sense of what, you know, what you would see if you read the full rundown of all of them. So, you know, and I think it is a range. There are, and I think that a lot of people have a very nuanced and maybe somewhat conflicted opinions about downtown, about how things have changed. People brought up the, you know, good times in the 80s in Harmony parking lot in the survey.
I'm talking about the 90s.
You were in the 90s. People, at least apparently good times were occurring in the 80s
The 70s
too.
were the
The
best.
70s. Utopia.
You know, so yeah, so that came up, and then, you know, in addition to the comments that are really, you know, descriptive of fear. So it is a mixed bag on the survey comments.
You know, even, it's funny, like Harmony parking lot and hanging out there, you know, being a young person, older people would say, I don't wanna go down there because, you know, there's so many teenagers hanging out, I feel uncomfortable. So it's just, you know, there's always two sides to the coin. I never
Well,
felt that way.
Exactly.
But nevertheless,
Yeah, the biggest indicator to a healthy community is young people hanging out. You know,
Yeah.
especially like children
Face to
being
face,
outside
yeah.
and playing in the street, like riding bicycles and throwing balls and stuff, or teenagers standing in circles kicking hacky sacks. That's like what shows a healthy, vibrant community.
vibrancy, yeah.
And where's that happening? You know, like does that? I don't see that anymore. And it's like, that's a bummer. You know, like we should do something. We should offer a space to people where they can go to do those things.
But, you know, also, there's been such a change with stranger danger and parents
Yeah.
unwilling to give their children freedom to be with peers and so on, and,
Yeah.
you know, which is a big reason that teenagers, I just learned this recently, a big reason teenagers are on their devices so much is their parents aren't comfortable, or as a society, we're not comfortable with enough face-to-face for teens, which is so important, you know.
But if we offer it to them, you know, if we give them a place that's safe, you know, then
It's still parents in a lot of
Right, parents would still have to be convinced
cases.
that,
as a planning commission though, like what is realistic? You know, I feel like a park in Harmony, like so it's funny because it says Harmony parking lot. It'd be such a simple thing to say just Harmony Park. You know, get rid of the lot. That
Yeah.
lot.
Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of the survey results. There's also the photo preference survey, and we had that up, and you'll see those in the story map and all of those. So we showed, I continued that on after the charrettes. We had that up at the charrette. I didn't include the results from the charrette in the ones that are in the story map because they were highly influenced by one 8-year-old girl. Who went around and put sticky dots on a lot of things in a rather uncontrolled manner. In any event, we've continued it on to the online survey using a good portion of the same images that we used that we had up during the charrette, and so we were able to get some feedback as to what people's preferences might be in bike and pedestrian amenities and art and things like that, downtown lighting. Actually, I guess I don't think I did the lighting one online. The lighting pictures were really hard to deal with because, you know, in order to show lighting, it has to be dark, and this actually doesn't photograph very well, so that was a bit of a challenge. But so let's move into the story map here. I'm going to need to get this up and get this online. So this is what the story map product would look like. It's basically an online format. It's interactive. It's meant to be responsive, so you can look at this on your phone and you'll get a slightly different version of it, but it works very well on a phone. Works, you know, so it's that kind of web content system thing that responds to the way the device and the size of the screen that you've got. We can put in maps and video and links to other web content, audio, all that kind of stuff. So there can be a lot of interactive features, and in many ways it's sort of like a web-based presentation format. So
Is it online right now? Like
it is actually online right now and live. It doesn't have a nice little address it's easy to get to or not.
Whatever is up there.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's that
I
thing
can't
up
see
there. I published it so that I can actually show it here, and I will probably unpublish it later because I'm still working on it, and I don't necessarily need to have Google indexing it yet. But I did turn it on so that we can look at it here tonight. So as a forward to this, while this provides a lot of interesting content and ways to use content, it also is not got a lot of options. It doesn't give you a lot of options for what it looks like in the end. So there's literally 4 templates, and you don't get any choice on the fonts, and you don't get any choice on the stuff. So being a designer like I am, this is a real. I'm really stressed about this in some ways, but in other ways, it's you have to make this work with the limited palette and styles and what you can do. And there's a ton you can do, but just as a warning, there are some things that just we can't do. So this would open with a little introduction. This is sort of the introduction that we've been using for the project as a whole here, about what the purpose of the downtown design plan is. And then this is the table of contents. So we're going to walk through it. I've started to do some of the background bits and a little bit of the strategy bit, so you can get some sense of what the content might look like, but a lot of this isn't filled in yet. So there's a slide or two that give a background on what good public space is. There's a little bit of a setting the context for downtown Brattleboro in terms of its physical setting, the history of the downtown and how it came to be in its current condition and what that is. So, and then we walk through the public spaces, the parks and parking lots and streets, and sort of do an existing conditions kind of summary of those. A lot of that is done. And then we'll have some slides on the planning process that was undertaken, so the Benner Block Challenge, the charrette. Well, that'll be mostly the videos and images that we have from those events. So that for those of you, I don't know, have they had the links, seen the links to the videos yet? The excellent videos done by Brattleboro Community
I'm
Television.
not sure if I did the Better Block one. I think I had sent that out, but
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
no.
Okay, so there's a nice short video that really documents that activity, but it's really good. So that kind of content will be in there. And then we'll step through this public space strategies, and this will be very similar to the format of the presentation I did at the wrap-up for the charrette, where we'll talk through the path idea and sort of what's along the way of the path, and then come back down Main Street and talk about improvements along the Main Street corridor and the pieces that are along Main Street. So it's sort of, we'll catch that, and then there's a few additional things at the end around programming and rail trail and things like that that will come in at the end. A next steps piece is some sort of a project idea list type of piece, and then the various credits that we're going to need to put into for the content that we've got in here. So that's sort of the outline of what you can expect to see. So this is the public space. If you saw the handouts from the charrette, this is essentially that language. I managed to find it. I think this is probably a photo that Stephanie took from the Elliott Street block party this summer. Talking, a bit more about what is good public space. This is actually, we'll show just, we won't watch the whole thing because it goes for like 7 minutes. But this is just a video a montage of photos of public spaces that the Project for Public Spaces has done. So it's photos from around the world of interesting public spaces. So it carries on like this. In the middle somewhere, I think, is the most important run. There's a good 6 photos or so that focus on ice cream as being incredibly important. There's just photo after photo of people eating ice cream in public spaces, so that's good. There's photos in here of the importance of water in public space, of seating, of art, the types of things that people do in public spaces, how they interact. So it's just an interesting visual piece here. So that's the sort of thing you can do, is that we can drop in video pieces like that, which that's something that the Project for Public Spaces has put up on YouTube and is available. And then this is the little one down here is actually a kind of similar piece, but it actually is more of a document around William H. White, known as Holly White, who is really the planner and researcher and mind behind the whole science of what makes good public space. So I know you guys have looked at Bryant Park, that he was a major contributor to the design work and the philosophy behind Bryant Park. And he also wrote a book, Urban Life, The Social Life of Small Urban Spaces, which this has some clips, takes. You can pop this up. This is the sort of thing you can do with this. You can pop this up, and it's images and sort of what it is we're looking for in good public space. There he is. So the movable chair, which is the Bryant Park idea, right? That type of thing. So these are for people who want to, explore the ideas a little bit more. They can go in and get a little more depth through these pieces that are in it. And then we come into the setting the stage for downtown Brattleboro. doing some physical setting on the location. And once again, these map pieces, you know, people can, I haven't added much to this one. Right now it just has a pin that says Brattleboro's here, but I may actually add some additional content to that. But you can see that you can zoom maps up to the screen, pop them back, drop them in and around the text.
So that one's really dark, is
That one's dark.
Is that just your?
No, it is.
Design
It
or
is
is
a
that-
dark background on that map. I actually might change that map out. It's a little template that they've got if you want to basically do a pin on a map type of map, and it's got the dark canvas background that Esri uses. So that's what it is. Yeah. It's a little better here on my screen than it is projecting it with the light on it. And as you zoom in, it does get more of the streets. You're not seeing the streets up there. They're not making it through the projector. And of course, we're in like East Wallingford, Vermont at this point, and there aren't very many streets. So, but yeah, that one is a dark color base. But the idea would be to give some sense of location. I actually think this is probably not the right map. I'll probably do a different one because it doesn't really have roads as highlighted as much as I'd want them to be. So I'm still working on it. Still working on it, but concept is there. So the Public Works drone has taken a lot of really nice photos of downtown Brattleboro, and so I've now got a wealth of excellent imagery to work from, which is great. So we're sort of getting a sense of downtown sitting into the landscape here that I think is pretty interesting. So, there'll be more to be added in here, a little bit more. So terrain, water resources. We'll talk a bit about the history and what brought people to locate here in the first place, water power. This is the first of the bigger maps that I've got dropped in here. And so this is the 1885 Sanborn map, and you can actually zoom in and
That's
see.
very helpful.
Look
see
at
the
Harmony
pieces.
Park.
So this is
Wow.
it. There was some buildings here, but there was a bit of a park as well in 1885. This is actually downtown Brattleboro by 1885 is largely what's there now. I mean, it's 80% the same, type of thing. But this spot where Harmony is actually one of the spots that has probably changed the most over time. There's been parking lot there. There's been green space there. There's been buildings of different sorts there over time. So it's kind of an interesting study. But you can zoom in, you can pull around, and do that sort of thing. So that's that map, and you can drop in some historic photos. Right now, these do not click and open. I'm hoping that that's one of the things that they're going to make happen pretty soon. You can actually force it if you want to get in here, but it's still pretty small. So now it's probably going to fall. Oh yeah, it's going to jump me all the way back to the beginning, so I won't do that again. Okay. So, talk a little bit about the transportation network and how that developed.
Is that one of the drone pictures?
It is one of the drone
That's
pictures.
These photos are amazing. I try and
love
find good
that.
photos of Brattleboro, and I have,
Yeah.
they're so limited
Well,
out there.
I was
These are
I was
the
really
best.
excited to get
This
these
is
from
awesome.
the drone.
I
So
love that.
I told him
Goodness.
that everything was perfect except there wasn't any traffic congestion resulting from this train.
Oh yeah,
yet.
where are all the cars?
There's one car waiting.
There's only one car waiting.
What day was this?
This is
Actually,
not,
right behind them, there's a whole line.
this is not an
Yeah,
accurate
but there's
depiction.
nothing the other way. coming.
No, there's nothing.
True.
It hasn't backed up yet, but
It's a great
but yeah, it is
picture.
a great shot of
Early
the-
spring.
And
Like
actually,
this.
this map over here is very interesting too. So this is actually a map from 1848, and this line right here, north for some reason is facing to the right, but this is the railroad, right? And this is the bridge, right here. The railroad. This is the year the railroad got this far. It hadn't gone any further yet. So there's no. You can see it doesn't continue to the north. It's just kind of interesting to think that the railroad, it was right there, and that was as far as it went.
Huh,
Yeah.
wait.
So where did it?
So interesting, so it
That's
just.
They were in
came
the
to-
process of building
It
it.
came to Brattleboro and stopped.
Yeah, it did the next chunk, you know,
How
they were
did
building.
you-
Isn't that the,
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
isn't that the north?
no, this is to the south.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
that's like
okay.
Depot Street.
Oh,
Yeah,
there it is, okay.
yeah.
I just
So,
got myself.
yeah, you have to kind of tilt your brain, and I think
Yeah.
it's a hand-drawn map from 1848. It's not exactly cartographically
Okay.
perfect, but
Then
you
I
can
see
see
it.
that the basic street grid is exactly the same, and was pretty much there, without too much change to this day, so. So we'll do a little bit of that, talk a little bit about infrastructure, and I haven't got any text in there, but the good photo of digging up the street, digging up the infrastructure. I believe some of it was from the 1800s in this hole. Yeah. Josh said they found some 1880s pipe.
Yeah.
That was what
I
broke.
did know that.
1880s what?
It was 1880s pipe that broke.
Oh. It lasted a
I
long
recall
time.
that.
Yeah, that's
You
good.
get their
That's
money's
pretty
worth on
good
that
pipe,
one.
I gotta say.
Yeah.
So that's one sort of style of how the story map goes. So you sort of see it kind of going down through it vertically, flowing down through, and then you can have little pull-out sort of presentations. So these go horizontally where we might talk. So this would be some of the survey results can get put in here. And I'm just going to do some little summary about what's going on from a business perspective, housing perspective, some of the major institutions downtown, and then the planning and zoning. This would be a place to put your zoning map, the downtown, the designated downtown lines, that kind of thing can go in here. And once again, this is, you know, it's a live map that we can add more layers to and zoom around. I just don't have them in here yet. And so that's sort of the slide show component. And then we're down to the part where we're walking through the inventory of the public spaces. So these have, a couple of these have maps that go along with them here on the side. So you can actually click on a point on the map, so Pliny Park, and there's some description of it, there's a photo going on, so people can get in there and learn more about the spaces.
Randy,
Mhm.
have you seen any story map presentations with like a how-to? You know, how intuitive is it?
I actually
know,
think
but-
I think that might up at the table of contents that might actually be necessary.
Yeah.
They do. You might notice that there is like up at the top there was that little arrow. I don't think it is quite enough to sort of explain to people. To look for the arrows that sort of tell you which way you can navigate through it.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Like here, I did say you can click on the circles.
No, that's good though.
Yeah,
I think that's
yeah.
important because
Yeah. So that
there's a lot of stuff in here that you could miss.
Yeah.
I like the historical elements a lot, like the old photos and stuff.
Yeah,
the
well, there's
old
going to be
maps.
more. Yeah, we'll have more of that as we go along. There's some really good ones. So then, just this is a place where I put some of the infographics from the survey report here, and some of the comments that we've gotten. So this is some of the areas where I don't really have any design control, and that sort of irritates me. So this is there's the paragraph text, and there's the quote text, and that's just the way it is.
And the quote text
The quote
is
text
bigger.
is bigger, and then that's really irritating me, but it's the way it is. So,
It's like a full quote. Yeah, a full quote says.
yeah, it's just like, no, but it's what it does. So we saw these, and obviously this is just a written discussion of what we just looked at. So this is actually one of the photo preference results pages. So these were the parks and play spaces one that we asked people which they'd like to see. So people expressed interest in the pocket parks, the greenways, performance areas. You know, there's the hard surface plaza one, I think, and the playground, which people on taking the survey, I think didn't have a lot of perhaps people with young children who were looking for playgrounds necessarily taking the survey. And here on the side, this is a place to put in some of what's going on, other components of what's going on in downtown Brattleboro. So this is some of the looking at the alley along the transportation center and the block party that happened there earlier this year. So that might expand actually a bit as we go along.
Do you think people had an idea of the differentiation between a pocket park and a parklet? Or might they be?
I don't know that people did. I think they responded to what they saw in the image.
Okay.
And the pocket park showed it was bigger and it had more green in it. And the
So
parklet
right, it was responding to the image. Okay.
I think it was more the image than the words necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah. So similarly, walk through the parking lots. So if we we'll click on our favorite, Harmony. So I used the information and incorporated the information from your parking study into here. So if people click on a parking lot, they can actually learn some information about that parking lot, like how many spaces there are, how much use it was getting, and those were the counts that were taken in 2017. So we can see what the occupancy of these parking lots is. And then these are some charts and graphs based off the data in the parking plan as well. And there's a link. If you were to click on the link, you would go to the document that's on your website of the parking
Is the
plan.
Preston lot on the previous map?
It is.
It is, okay.
Yep.
Oh, there it is, I
Yep.
see it.
There
Great,
it is,
number
right
5.
there.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious.
Yep. Walking through parking. Sort of the difference, and really the message that comes out of this, and looking at both the survey results and the stuff from the parking study, which had a survey and their analysis, it's fairly, it's similar. People's sense that there isn't parking is that what parking there are access issues with. So it's really more about the pedestrian experience once you've parked the car than it is about the parking itself. So
What do you
It's
mean?
interesting.
What do you mean by that? Like parking your car and then having to walk to the store?
walking is not the problem. People, the distance isn't the problem. It's the walk. It's the experience of the walk. Is it? Is the sidewalk? Are there condition issues that make the sidewalk difficult to walk on? Some places it's the steepness issues that are problematic for people, narrowness of the sidewalk, the traffic, needing to cross streets and some people not liking to do that, busy traffic.
So you don't mean just parking your car and getting out of the parking lot safely?
No, it's the experience you have as a pedestrian after you've parked the car that's influencing people's thoughts about parking downtown.
Yeah. It could be lighting.
Lighting,
It
sense
could
of
be
safety
space, yes,
on the street. So in the parking survey that was done, so when asked like why people parked where they did, why they chose to park, their reasons, distance wasn't the reason. It was whether the type of parking facility and their sense of safety, which were the driving decisions. And that's what, in looking at the written comments, you get a lot of sense of, several people mentioned in the parking lots, they prefer to park on the street because of the meters are easier to deal with than the kiosks. So for a lot of people, if you think that, you have either a mobility challenge or you have a couple of kids in tow, having to get out of your vehicle in one of these parking lots, go to the meter kiosk, get your ticket, take it back to the car, and then go to your destination, this could be viewed as a hassle, or something, or worse, something that is not really doable for you.
Park Smarter app is great.
Yeah.
Yes.
It really
There is a difference between when the parking
Yeah.
study was done and now we do.
Well, those came up in the comments now too, so I don't know how widespread the app is becoming,
I
but
don't know if that many people
I don't
know
know.
about it.
Yeah.
First time I heard about it.
Me too. Oh, it's fabulous. You can add time,
You can do it
remotely.
for here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it figures out where you are and you kind of confirm, that's where I am, and it works for
I'll write it
the,
down, but it's not well enough.
You need to,
Heart
there's more
smarter?
advertising.
Yep,
on
heart
the-
smarter.
Yeah.
And you don't have to print out a little ticket?
no,
You just put in your driver, your license plate
and the
number?
meter people know that that's your car
Use
from,
it, so I don't know.
Oh,
wow, I use it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
Prudence
gonna
can tell
download
us.
the app right now.
Although I have to
but
Well,
how
I
do
don't
you
use it
know?
because I'm usually walking from here and then every time I am parking downtown, I'm like, oh, I should have had the app. And I just,
You
I'm not
have
gonna
that.
download it while I'm not on Wi-Fi. I just need to do it.
So, so yeah, so it goes through the parking and basically making the argument around and setting, providing the data around how much parking is actually available and how much is used, which is an important basis for then the discussion of strategies that will come. Looking at the streets and sidewalks piece, I have a debate about whether to use this photo or not. It's a great photo of Main Street, but it's a funeral procession. Do people know if it's a funeral procession? I'm trying to get an
Some
opinion.
people might.
I would not, wait, where's the lead?
Well, the thing,
It's there's a public works
Yeah, it's
vehicle in it,
it's
so
the funeral
some
procession
people
for the
might.
public.
Yeah.
works
Somebody
guy.
from Public Works.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is
but
that
it's a
a
really great
problem?
shot of Main Street.
It's not.
I mean, it's a, you know, it's real.
I'm talking about that
Or
huge-
does it feel disrespectful? That'd be the only thing, but
I don't know.
I don't think it feels.
nothing wrong with it being a funeral.
yeah.
It's got the truck.
I mean, I can see some people might be noticing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's.
What I notice is that massive truck right there that
Yeah.
shouldn't be there. That's what I notice.
Well, we're coming up to a discussion of that.
Right. That's not typical.
Yeah. So one of the things that, so just as a point of reference, there's 23 acres of land in the road right, in the street rights of way in downtown. So overall on the side of the downtown, this is a lot of the actual square footage that we're talking about. And then I think it's sort of interesting to run down the list of what it is you're doing with that space. There's a lot of competing demands on space. So in the survey you see the idea that basically the sidewalks are cramped or crowded or congested, and just that feeling of inadequate space. And I'm actually going to change out this cross-section a little bit. I've now gotten more precise measurements thanks to better imagery,
Yeah, they're much closer together,
which
right?
actually I'm going to have a drawing that comes up, but it does range. The curb to curb width ranges, it actually goes down further than 50, more of it's 42. But it does actually reach a point where it's 70 feet wide from curb to curb. But it's not consistent at all through the length of Main Street. And the sidewalk widths do vary from 5 to 10 feet as well along the way.
From what, Sarah?
5 to 10.
Wow, that is not very long.
So this section goes through basically it's data, it's background information about traffic flow and how much, where vehicles are turning, what amount of traffic there is. Traffic counts in downtown Brattleboro haven't been done that frequently and consistently, so it's a bit hard. If you look at this infographic, there's one, the High Main Street intersection was done in 2018. You've got a 2013, a 2009, and a 2008, and those are the most frequent counts at those intersections. The continuous counter that probably gives you the best data is, which this is a chart from, is the one that's on the West River Bridge, the north London. So, but overall, traffic is actually down over
Really?
time. Yeah. And the line goes down. So there are less vehicles traveling downtown on Main Street than there were 20 years ago.
2,000 or so.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge difference, but it's less. So that chart's going from 14,000 to
minus.
18,000.
A little plus.
Yeah.
Plus or
And that's on I-91?
No, this is on downtown Main Street.
West River Bridge?
It's at the West River Bridge, just at the north end, so. This is this one's
That-
counted
that's the one.
continuously. I mean,
Road.
Yep.
there would be, obviously, you've got, the numbers will be slightly different in the heart of downtown because you've got, more local traffic. But the overall trend, I think, in traffic would be fairly reflective of this. And an interesting point is that while you do see that little peak right here in this chart, that's when they were building the bridge on 91.
Oh,
So if you
lots of
actually
people,
think about
yeah.
it, it's that, really.
So what year beginning year?
Wow.
Sorry, I don't. I
It goes
can't
from
see.
1998 to 2018.
And it's down that substantially.
It's down
About 2,000.
2,000, a little more, 2,000, 2,500 vehicles.
That's kind of striking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything to account for that?
Yeah, the economy.
I would contribute it to being like reputation. Like everyone's don't go downtown.
No, I
No,
think
no,
it's,
go
it
down
is,
there.
it's,
Stay-
it's-
stay-
I think
stay
that
away
if you
from
went on
downtown.
almost any segment of Route 5 in Vermont, the overall trend would be the same. The economy of Vermont has been slowly declining for a long time. So this is just reflective of economic trends.
That's crazy because it feels like there's more traffic.
It may feel like there's more
It
traffic,
moves so slowly.
but there's,
Yeah.
there actually,
I have-
Maybe it's because it moves so slowly because they put in that traffic light at
Those
Dysfunction Junction.
Goddamn
Maybe-
roundabouts.
Yeah.
Everyone's vehicles are bigger.
Yeah.
They have cars.
Yeah, I guess we could add another chart, another line to the graph about the size of vehicles. So we also get down to talking about the truck traffic. So 6% of the vehicles coming through downtown are larger trucks. And the count that was done in 2018 at Main and High gives a pretty good assessment of when that truck traffic, how much truck traffic there is and when it occurs. So there was about 750 trucks through that intersection on the days that they counted. So they counted on 2 days between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. In June 2018. Am I need to? It's been a long. So it's about 750 trucks came through during that 12-hour period, but there's a peak, and there's a lot more. There's more truck traffic in the morning. There's more trucks going north, and the peak was about 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning, and there was 101 trucks going through that intersection in that 1 hour. So it's not an even flow through the day. Which
These
is
aren't
interesting.
necessarily just 18-wheelers, though.
No, it's
They
large.
could be smaller, they could be box.
Yeah.
Box
Box
trucks
trucks or
and things like
whatever.
that. Yeah.
Still a lot of trucks.
Commercial
Yeah,
vehicles.
commercial, larger, wider
That is
axles.
a lot of trucks.
So obviously, we heard a lot of concern about the truck traffic, and so I actually put some language in here as sort of background so people understand what is happening and why trucks are coming through. It's the weight limits question, and the feasibility of creating a truck route, is not it's not really a viable option. You'd have to take out a neighborhood somewhere in Brattleboro to make it happen. There's just nowhere to bring another route through that you're not impacting someone. So I think if there was an obvious truck route, probably would have been built. That option would have been explored because clearly the truck issue has been there for a long time. And then trying to point towards improving flow, essentially downtown, as the one thing the municipality can do to help address the problem, because clearly the braking and starting of the trucks as they come up the hill, particularly for the thing that can go down as well and hit the traffic lights, is a lot to do with the noise generation. When the vehicles are moving at a consistent speed, they actually make a lot less noise than when they're starting and stopping. So here we have a photo from 1941 showing this car congestion issue, not a new one. So, talking a bit about the intersections, a nice classic 70s photo of Malfunction Junction.
Oh,
No.
wow.
Huh?
Not very many cars.
There aren't many cars right now. There's also no lights,
Interesting.
no
Wow.
lines, no crosswalks.
When did the lights go in there at Malfunction Junction?
Relatively recently.
Yeah,
Was it
20
called-
years ago, when they redid it.
Yeah, was it when they redid the?
Yeah.
I feel like they've been there since I got to town, which was early 2000s, so
Yeah.
maybe some point in the 90s.
No,
Well,
they
no, there was
they
a-
were here when I got
yeah.
to town in '97.
There
They
used to
were
be
not?
there used to be a flashing
Late
yellow
90s,
and
so-
flashing red, and then they
Could
put
be
all
early
the-
2000.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's
Did
when
it
they
line up
redid.
with
Here in
the co-op
03, and it
project
was-
or the repainting? Well, the repainting project.
No,
wasn't-
it was before the co-op project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they did that in anticipation for the co-op, if I remember
Yeah.
correctly. It wasn't that long. It was like 5 years ago.
No.
It's like really recently. There used to be a flashing
It was
light
not
there.
5 years ago.
6 years.
They were here, I think, by 03.
When was the co-op built?
The new one?
Yeah.
2012? 20,
Yeah.
yeah, 2012.
Okay, so yeah, then,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the plans the VTrans plans that I finally have gotten a hold of, they drew those in the early 2000s, and they have the signalized stuff on them. So that actually might be when they put the signals in.
Yeah, it might be early.
So I think the actual drawing dates of those are like 2002 or 2003. Yeah. So then we start talking about bike pedestrian facilities, and I'm really hoping I am going to be able to get these photos to zoom up, because this is a great photo from 1907 of the street. So this is actually right at the bridge, the Whetstone Bridge, looking north, and the trolley tracks are in place. There's a horse and cart, there's pedestrians, there's a couple people on a bicycle, and there's a dog running amok. All in the photo, so it's a fun photo.
Complete streets.
It's a very complete street. So, and this is one of the survey, the photo survey people asked what bike, facilities and amenities they'd like to see. Basically, people would like to bike where there aren't cars. So the options that showed the bike separated from the vehicle traffic were the highest rated there. So we're talking a bit about bicycling, pulling in some of the stuff that was done in 2010 from the Marlborough College project, which had very similar results in terms of what people wanted to see down by the river. And then cars have been there for a long time. So this is a 1920s postcard. So the trolley tracks are still in place. So it's from they pulled them up in 28, I learned. Or 1923. So somewhere in that range. So this is an early 20s postcard showing the street. I think probably configured pretty much I bet you width-wise it's pretty much same curb to curb as it is today. Those cars were actually pretty small. If you're like parking a bunch of minis along the street like that. So the other thing we can do, the Brattleboro Historical Society has a bunch of historic podcasts. So this one tells the story of the trolley.
This podcast of local
So you can actually play that.
is brought to you by Brattleboro Samples. Might attract electricity.
Yeah, we don't have to listen to the whole thing. But needless to say, there was a lot of controversy about the trolley. The trolley finally got built and was only there for 28 years. So.
What was the controversy? Again,
The,
I'll have to
well,
listen
it
to
was
the
it was.
thing.
You
I'll-
listened to the podcast.
Yeah.
It was they used the threat of it being dangerous as the reason to oppose it. But I don't know what caused someone to want to oppose it in the first place. But, I think it was one of those things where they felt the state was telling them that they had to do something. And there was a usurpation of local control that really got people agitated.
Huh.
So, and then we've got what pedestrian facilities and amenities people would like to see. And again, the green space sidewalk cafes. People really, a lot of these were quite popular. Art and music, more seating, lighting, food carts. People some comments from people who took the survey, some more photos showing the sidewalks, that kind of thing. So that gets us through basically the inventory of what's here and what the issues are, and some facts and information to help inform the recommendations that follow. Like I said, this is going to do the background on the
I'll send you the
planning process. You can watch the video. They're not going to run very well. Starts with me.
I don't want
Let's just
to.
see that
Oh, you don't want to see
Yeah.
Sue?
Yeah.
Just play the first minute.
Eisler did a great job. No.
There you are.
Director of the Planning Services.
Really? You can come inside.
You're filmed like monthly or more. Sue. People can be watching you on YouTube constantly.
For almost 20 years now.
I know. They can go back through the archives and see you.
We had a show
evolve.
in Merrimack, a weekly show.
Yeah, so there's more stuff that's going to get dropped in here, but that'll basically just be a summary of that. So then we finally actually come to the strategies, the public space strategies. So the first one will be to walk through the path, starting with the Bridge Street area, and then moving north, and ending. I'd like to end at the Common there, so that we sort of do that whole stretch. I don't have any of this content in here, but you saw some of that from the presentation at the wrap-up presentation for the charrette. So that material will get put in here. This will flow, then I said we'll come back down Main Street. And so this goes to being one of the side-moving presentations here. And I've got a couple of pieces of this done, so I want to actually sort of show you what the pieces could look like, and this is where we can start to have a bit of a conversation around what areas you would like to see focused on, and what sort of level of detail might be of interest and that kind of thing, so we can help prioritize the flow of the final work here. So this is the one for the library, looking at their front area and the side garden. I knew we had to do this one because Paul, the landscape architect I was working with, promised star, and I don't think. Paul's wife is a librarian as well, so I think when a librarian comes around and tells him to do something, he's on it.
Well,
He's
it
been
also
trained.
was part of the Better Block.
It was also
challenge,
Better
so I
Block
think
challenge,
it's-
but
it's-
he really, she pulled him aside, and she really got him to promise to work on this, so. Okay,
That scar.
yeah. No, I laughed at him. I said, I told him that he was really accustomed to taking orders from a librarian. So, images, and they started coming up with what the recommendations were that came out of that, which was to level the front, provide outdoor seating, improve the access to the side garden, and provide a sign, a different sign that really is more visible from the street. So this is a sketch of what that could look like. And so this is sort of the format that we're thinking of for more of these sites. So there'll be some photos, some text, and in some cases some drawings like this, sort of envisioning what could be done with the space.
It would be great to have seating out there.
Yeah.
A place to have lunch and people watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, this section of the street is actually at a very weird angle in like 3 dimensions. Weird angle. It's going in different directions laterally and such, but there still is, those planters around the trees are actually very large. If we actually go out there and measure like what the size of those planters are, if you were to rearrange that and get the grade more leveled out, the planter, you could get sort of rid of the planter box component, and then there would be a lot more floor space, shall we say, to work with around them. So.
I like how that wall naturally creates seating.
Yeah, so you could do that kind of an edge treatment, and it would tie in a lot more, I think, to the architecture of the building as well. And then, the shrub that's here is just gotta go. It's overgrown. It's overstayed its welcome.
There's a lot of friction trying to get Yeah, to the library.
Yeah,
It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Planters are part of that.
yeah. It's a shrub that's outside its welcome.
And that shrub.
Yeah.
Those trees can't go anywhere.
Brandy
The
has
trees-
a name for that shrub.
No. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm just. It's too big. The trees, no, I mean the trees are there. They're remarkably healthy given where they are. I'm sure that they're actually too close to the building.
Yeah.
Technically accurate about the whole thing, but no one's going to take those down at
Yeah.
this point. So. So, other things we might look at here would be the Harris parking lot area and the area around the rec center. I think these are just going to be short little pieces. I know I haven't fixed it yet.
I think I've told you that before.
I know, I just haven't done anything with it yet. I still have the word programming spelled wrong in here too. I haven't fixed that yet either. So, Plenty Park piece is somewhat done here. So this would be, I think we could do something probably a little bit more detailed than this for Harmony. I think was my sense of what the priority is, and you've got some plans for Preston already that we could show, and then talk about how to balance out the parking versus green space in these parks. So, you know, so I'm sort of seeing these set up as a little background on the space, kind of a bit of an assessment about how it functions. So this is, you know, a place to drop in the information that we got from the survey, in terms of how the place is used, what people wanted to see done. Recommendations would be to open this up. This has actually got a fairly big footprint in reality, but most of the space isn't usable.
Yeah.
It's because of the design, you actually are not getting much advantage out of the actual amount of area that was. I mean, there was a time when there was a gas station there, right? You know, it's not a small site, so.
And the seating doesn't encourage interaction because it's all, you know, everybody's just.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think the bus shelter is just so oversized too,
Yeah.
And it blocks the
blocks
sidewalk.
it from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing that I think some of these, I've got up here is sort of like, I don't know that I like this format, but basically an inspiration wall where you think about some of the things, the ideas that could be incorporated into the space.
It's ideal for movable chairs.
Yeah, movable chairs, something that would bring more light
Lighting.
in to the space, providing, you know, some sort of cover, canopy, the art, that type of thing.
You know, I'll tell you, the youth I worked with at the high school, they loved the Art that Glows idea.
Yeah, I
Every
was gonna
single one
say,
of them.
the art
They
that glows.
really
Well,
wanted to
I
see that
really like the
downtown.
pavement that glows.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's,
Anything that was like had color or light, they
Yeah.
really enjoyed.
Yeah.
And so if you were to take those ideas and sort of open that up, the space up, and you could actually move the existing design in this direction, I think, with a little bit of work of eliminating the walls and fences and the bus shelter, which is, no, even if it was, you could almost even turn the existing structure
And be
90
against-
degrees,
Right.
Yeah.
and put it against the wall, it
Right.
would still be more
You
open.
could provide the shelter, or you could do it a different way with a different type of shelter.
Yeah, with a different, you know, this is, you know, the more sort of urban plexiglass
Yeah.
awning type thing, but, you know, it's obviously the natural thing is that people would want to cut through this space, and because there's just the two designated entrances in or out, it isn't really a space that you can cut through and move through, and so that, I think when we go back to the do you spend any time here question, you have, you know, you're not going to just wander through Plenty Park necessarily. You go in there if you
go in there.
you're going
That's-
in there, right?
yeah.
There's a destination for a reason.
And then you're static in there. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like nothing to do except sit.
Around the edge.
Around the edge, waiting for something to happen in front of you that never happens, right? Something in the middle is supposed to happen.
Yeah.
There's
So-
interest in having half of that covered bus station be covered bike parking.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some need for
Bike
Bike
parking,
parking
yeah, I
right
mean,
there,
and,
out there.
I mean, I think that having a covered space is a great idea. The question is whether it needs to be oriented along the sidewalk like that and creating a barrier.
Right.
I mean, because the sidewalk feels very cramped here too, right? And you feel very close to the traffic, and it is just, it's not open, and it doesn't feel expansive. And I think that's actually a theme with a lot of the public spaces that you do have in downtown Brattleboro. You actually go around and look at them more carefully, see how many of them have fences, how many of them have walls or hedges. There's a lot of effort to defining edge and creating a barrier. And I think that was a reaction to there's a lot of traffic on the street. And so what we need to do is create a barrier. But in some ways, that further intensifies, first of all, the feeling of how much traffic there is when you're on the sidewalk. Because you can't get away from it. There's no, you don't have any sense that there's space adjacent anymore. This sort of visual sense. And then, yeah, you don't have those opportunities to take an alternate path, I guess. You're kind of stuck walking on the outside. So, yeah, so that's the sort of thing that I envision we might do. The Harmony lot idea, which during the charrette we looked at turning at least one of the bays, the double bays, into park space. And then during the walking tour, the idea of, yes, what you came up with, which was,
I didn't come up with it.
yeah, I mean, there should be
It
no,
just makes sense.
there should be no cars here at all.
Yeah.
Questions came up, but there is
Part
some
of the lot is
complications.
private,
Yeah, so
and
it's not all public. So
got
there's
it
going
right
to
away.
always have to be access and a certain amount, and there's a drive-through bank.
Yeah. No, I
Piece in there.
recognize that.
Yeah.
So there's some.
Can't we take it from them? What is that called when the government
Eminent
comes in?
domain.
Yeah, eminent domain.
From the Brooks house?
I don't think we're going to take that.
But it just makes so much sense, you know, and it would be so helpful
So-
to the community.
I know why you want to take that.
Why? Because it's an awesome space.
Yeah, it's an awesome space.
Yeah. So moving forward through here. Let's see. Well, I'm almost done with this section. Sorry. So this has got the question here about bike lanes. So obviously bike lanes came up. Yeah, that's one of the ones I need to get permission to for.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a
because
reformer.
that really
Yeah,
That's a reformer
demonstrates
picture.
Yeah.
Yep.
the hideousness of
Yes.
trying to bike it down.
So I think the question of bike lanes is one that has to be answered. So this goes through what the requirements are from an engineering and safety point of view of what amount of space you need for them. You need at least 5 feet. It really should be 6, but you could legally get away with 5. But even at 5, you can't get them in down here by Flat Street. There is not enough room. The only option would really be to take down the latches. I don't think. I don't think.
Oh, let's do
Eminent
that.
domain.
No.
I don't
Keep
think
the
that's
entertainment.
So
There it goes.
there's actually just physically not enough room. The buildings are not far enough apart to have enough room for the traffic.
But if
lanes
the
that need
art
to be there.
museum is building,
Yeah, but it isn't just that building. It's the other one too, and it's the really lovely historic one with the pitched roof that everyone loves.
oh, that's such a pretty building.
Yeah, see, that's a pretty building. Yeah, so that whole little piece in there is constrained. And then, like I said, that the widths vary. So this part that's blue in here, this between Elliott and High, this is the wide piece. There's a lot of room there. Particularly if you get rid of the parking.
On one side.
One side, 2 sides, narrow down the lanes. There's a lot of room that could be theoretically pulled out of here. This gets very wide. The buildings are 75 feet apart at their widest point there. So there's a lot of room. But then this narrows up. So most of the rest of it is right around 42 to maybe 48-ish feet. So that means you can if you got rid of the parking, you could put it in the bike lanes, but you're not going to get wider sidewalks. So it's an either or choice, really.
Who are you going to upset in that choice?
Well, it's really what makes the most sense in terms of benefits and use of the space, and to think about that. And because, I mean, in my mind, if you can't get the bike lanes all the way through, then I think their effectiveness is significantly reduced, and it would require also eliminating basically all the on-street parking. You would be able to get a little bit of on-street parking in this block with, so there could be some, probably, some drop-off and accessible handicap spaces, but it pretty much means no parking as well to do it. So I think that points to the importance of the path as being the obvious better option to actual designated bike lanes on Main Street.
And I think too that in an ideal world, it would be great to have some sort of big bike lanes on Main Street, but where's the bigger benefit? And I think having a wider sidewalk where you could have more of the street, like cafes or, more room for that kind of stuff, because there's still the topographical challenges of downtown. There's still the truck traffic that might make it feel unsafe for people to bike.
Yeah.
So it's probably still going to be the skilled,
Serious bikers. It's
serious
never going to
bikers.
be,
It's not-
even with designated bike lanes, it's not going to be a place that you're going to bike as a casual or recreational bicyclist.
Is there a way of sharing the lane with, being more aware as a driver?
I mean,
That
you
the
can
lanes
sign
are
it and
shared?
designate, do the things for it. And I mean, I think that's the people who are biking now. I mean, I think as much as you can get on your bike and act like you're a vehicle.
I observe people all the time on Putney Road driving their cars in the bike lane.
Yeah.
Like as it's a passing lane or whatever, and it's just like,
Wow.
yeah, it gives me like no hope for bike lanes in Brattleboro. Because people are just gonna get hurt, and it's because drivers don't share the road with bicyclists, and they don't know how. They're not educated anymore or something. I'm not sure what happened.
There's a way to create barriers and so it's not just paint. Because cyclists don't
It's true,
feel
yeah.
safe when it's just
I
paint.
mean, I could see someone thinking and going and trying to go over and hitting a biker.
That's
That-
exactly
yeah, and that.
It's gonna get better on Putney
happens all
Road
the
when
time.
that
Yes, it
road
does,
plan
yeah.
goes in. But they will have an off street.
So the other
That's detached.
The other implication of adding the bike lanes, it requires reconfiguration of the travel lanes. And right now, the way the travel lanes are set up, there's space for cars to line up at the intersections, right? Stacking room. So when the light turns, how many cars can you basically get parked at a red light in that block? And while you can definitely narrow the lanes, doing that, because of how it does that thing where there's you think of the two straight up and down north-south lanes, and then there's that lane that's for turning. And essentially at one intersection it's a left-hand turn one way, and then you get down to the other. But that transitions over the course of the block. So it's sort of like it makes this diagonal, and where it makes that diagonal, it's making extra space. So the lanes, it's like it's not really like there's 3 lanes, except at the actual ends, right, at each end of the block. In the middle, there's like this extra half space, but it's enough that you can stack cars up, right, at the intersection. And if you narrow the lanes down, that's possible, but then you're going to put less cars in them when the light turns red. So that could actually be part of a congestion problem in downtown Brattleboro too. So these are like the factors that you have to weigh back and forth against, how much space to give to the cars, whether to give space to bicycles, whether to give space to pedestrians, and how much. So it's a fairly complicated set of factors that influence that. We can say this is how much space there is, and then it's really a question of allocating that space. And so I'm hoping that we can sort of make that sort of choice thing clear in this story map format, that you really you have to balance off and weigh and prioritize, because it's not you get 100% of everything. And that will be the same with the park question. How much green space can we add into these parking lots? How much pedestrian walkway area can we add into the parking lots while still keeping enough parking spaces? And if you want to eliminate, an entire parking lot, say Preston to make a park or Harmony to make a park, then, what does that mean in terms of the overall supply? Or you want to get rid of 1 or 2 lanes of parking on Main Street, So it's a supply question too. So I think we're gonna have a lot of ideas in here for improvements, but they're not all achievable altogether, right? It's choices. I think that's the end of my- Yeah, I'm just back. So moving through that, and then a little brief thing will be one for Elliott Street, one for Flat Street, some discussion of the intersection. We've got some thoughts on that from Mr. Retch, the rail trail, this whole discussion of parking, weighing off the choices that would go here, and then programming without the extra M, and the next step's in the credit. So that's the story map. So those are the kind of things that we can do with it. I think it's a fairly engaging and interesting way to present the downtown plan. So the real question is, we've got a certain amount of time and a certain amount of budget left, and we want to focus those time, those hours and dollars on the things that are the most important to you all. So I think my sense is that harmony is on that list.
What were you?
Well, there's a
thinking?
question
You
of whether to
mentioned
do
the-
more around this building, around the municipal building area. That was one of the areas we could look at in more detail. The question of looking at High Grove in more detail from a stormwater perspective, that's the one place that Amy thought there was some reasonable opportunity to put in some green stormwater infrastructure.
So that's the parking lot up at the,
Mm-hmm.
huh. Well, that would be nice, because I think that space has some more potential.
Mm-hmm. And you had asked about the Depot Riverfront property too, about what level of detail we were going to go into for that piece.
I think a lot of people, what they wanted to see there was, they wanted to see more than just that one picnic table. They wanted to see, like the youth talked about a concert kind of venue, and
I think
access to the water.
I like the idea of, first of all, my thoughts on Harmony is that there is some work that's been done. So I'm not sure, I don't, and I know it's not full park, but there's been ideas in the past for full parks there. So to me, there's been some work done. I'm not sure that it needs to go further because it'll show up in here. I'm imagining the stuff in the Shrub. High Grove lot, I think that seems pretty exciting if there's a stormwater opportunity there.
Yeah, that seemed to be the most likely candidate for any sort of stormwater. As soon as you got much lower than that, Amy thinks that you have infiltration and potential pollution problems, that you don't actually want to infiltrate water. So green stormwater infrastructure is actually not that great of an idea for most of downtown.
Oh, wow.
The municipal center, while I would love to see some stuff done, I think the town's agreement to kind of look at housing here with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, it could be useful to have something that's kind of dealing with the front lawn or even the parking lot. But I'm not sure. I guess I'd probably want to ask around to see if that would be useful. Depot Street and the riverfront, I mean, I do think with the new bridge and Bridge Street changing and the future bike ped bridge, I think that a lot of people have been talking about that as kind of this trails hub. And so I would I think seeing something that's a more programmed space or a more active space than just what's there now would be beneficial.
It would be nice also if this is gonna be public, to have just all the constraints articulated, and not that people would necessarily read it, but
Yeah.
the explanation as to why you can't access the river from that side. Clear.
As much as I'm a lover of outdoor recreation and stuff like that, I'd love a little extra emphasis on any proposed change or improvement that can have benefits year round. So widening sidewalks and things, people walk on those just as much December through March and April. But
They're
people are
hideous in
definitely
December.
biking less during our bad 6 months of the year. People are definitely lounging on the lawns and picnic tables less half of the year. So improvements that benefits year round. I feel like, in our climate compared to Florida, an extra push.
Along that, I don't know if anyone put in there too, like, where to have lunch in public in the winter.
Yeah,
There's-
River Garden.
Maybe that's the only place.
Yeah.
But it might be kind of interesting. And also I saw a lot of programming,
Mm-hmm.
thoughts on programming. And like, even with Pliny Park, what would programming look like there? Like, I think an activated space somehow. Be interesting to see that. And also down on the river. Like if there was a stage and there's a concert going on, that would look like.
I feel like Harmony could offer basically all of that except for access to the river. Or access to the river is almost non-existent anyhow, or not really possible, it seems. I feel like Harmony has like so much potential and so much.
Whatever happened to the Harmony Park that was being
That's
created?
It's there, that green space.
It got paved over.
Well, no, there was
Oh,
still
right.
the green space
Oh.
on the
Was
behind
there
the
maybe a
house.
stage and
There
other
was gonna be a
films
stage and stuff. I don't know if they were not successful fundraising. I don't really
Okay.
know.
Because they went to the sort of ribbon cutting
Yeah.
of that and then
Was that a
Rated.
Briggs House initiative?
It was.
Okay.
They were gonna partner with DBA, but I'm not really sure. It wasn't a town initiative.
I think the impact of the Hinsdale Bridge change and the pedestrian bike bridge is big, and you addressed that some at the summary meeting in
Mhm.
terms of the
Yep.
impact of the flow on Main Street, but I do think that.
And so that's actually
Because
probably.
the change, there's gonna be money,
Mhm.
there's.
That's actually probably something we should have further follow-up conversation on. I'm not really that up on where the project is, what the town's current positions and level of engagement and such in that.
On the Hinsdale Bridge.
On the
Okay.
bridge,
Yeah, we
yeah.
should.
So we should just do a.
That's my question. Is like that seems all fine and dandy, but who's going to be paying to maintain it? Like, are we going to still have access to that bridge?
That's the intent.
Yeah, but it's not 100%.
Well, the bridges are staying.
Yeah, but I mean, like, are
Um,
we going to be able to utilize them?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
The question of who's gonna pay is still
Is
very
that's
much up
Oh,
in
yes.
the air, yeah.
Because
But
last
there-
I knew, my understanding was that we weren't sure if we're going to be able to access them because. Right.
It's pretty definite, there's gonna
It's
be
pretty
a
definite.
Yeah.
There's-
pedestrian.
Okay. Good.
There's a group a committee that's really trying to make that sure that
Yeah.
it does happen, that that bridge is not forgotten.
Yep.
Yeah, so whatever planning work has been, whatever, I just need an update so we know
Yeah.
where that is.
Last meeting that some of us talked about, now it, on the surface, seems like it's adding another request from you or requirement, but like a single page or poster that's just like shows,
Yep.
it won't show it in detail, but just catches people and just wows everyone with all the proposals.
So I didn't
Potential.
go into, so the story map is obviously the primary product,
Mm-hmm.
but my intention is to have a short executive summary that would pull from some of the text. I mean, I don't really see that this is it's just readapting what's the content that we've got,
Right.
really. So that you will have a paper thing that you can distribute, and then that at the bottom here, when we have the project list piece, I would envision that would also be part of that
Okay.
Okay.
printed version. And then you have requested a sort of a poster map type thing, and I think that's, basically I'm going to use the template that I used for the charrette mapping, so that exists. And then the illustrations and graphics that are going into here can be used on that, and sort of highlight the ideas that way. So it's doable, and I think that it will complement this quite well.
Great.
So, I don't think you got a straight answer.
No, we have a lot of priorities. So if I was to get an architect and a landscape architect to work on like one more thing, what's the one more thing? I guess is the core of the question. Like, what area is the most important?
Hinsdale Bridge, if it's actually going to be accessible to the public ones.
Bridge Street, Depot Street area.
Well, if we take the bikes off of Main Street, or we take the idea of bikes safely off Main Street, then where do they go?
Well, that's the path idea, which I don't have the stuff in here yet, but
But that's
we do
already
have-
sketched out.
we do have that stuff sketched
Okay.
out. And it's basically the series of improvements through the parking lots, and then some roadway improvements and sidewalk improvements to connect them. So it's using your existing spaces, but making a designated pathway that goes through them.
Okay, this
And the big
signage.
problem is getting from Flat to Elliott, right?
Yes, you end up at the transportation center and the stairs or the elevators if it works, and basically using the transportation center as the.
Oh, I guess you
means.
could drive through the transportation center.
Yeah.
Probably not very safe.
Yeah, maybe try.
Could be, I guess, depending on the time of day. I don't know a lot of cars in there.
Well, I think there's still gonna be users of on-street bicycling, it's just,
Yeah.
it's gonna be more of the share the road kind of thing, rather than a dedicated bike lane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you'd have the, choice to try to make the steep hill and go up and around too, but, we're getting, I think there's ways to make using the stairs with your bicycle a bit easier there, if the stairs were changed on the transportation center, which is sort of one of the things we talked about, the charrette, was opportunities to make the stairway a bit more of a little less of a facility just for the users of the transportation center, and a bit more of a.
Like a public passageway. Oh, that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, there's like almost enough room over there to do like a big spiral going down for bicycles.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
It's
Yeah.
expensive thing.
Yeah, we looked at a lot of fun,
Skateboarders would
fun,
love it.
Yeah.
options.
I'll go bomb it with my
Funicular, and those the really. Did I show during the charrette the really cool, like, I think they were Danish, I think. The street with the little track that you got on with your bike, and it pulled. It's like this little track in the road, and you get alongside it with your bike, and you push on this little pedal on the track, and it pops up, and then it pushes you up. You sit on your bike, you've got your foot down on this pedal that's on the track, and it pushes you and your bike up the hill.
Whoa, whoa.
Where is this?
I think it was you have to YouTube this. I'll have to
Denmark.
find this.
Denmark.
It's like
You did not show
It's like
that.
I didn't show
And
it.
it scares me of like being on a hoverboard
I
and
don't
trying
see
to
it
get off
working
when
in
I
the
almost,
snow.
like, a broken
Big
arm.
escalator.
Oh, it
Yeah.
reminds me of like what is that called? Like the magic carpet at a ski resort?
Yeah.
Kids get on
Yeah.
that
Oh,
all
yeah.
the time.
Yeah. It was like it was one of those things that looked like it was you're gonna spending forever trying to fix it. It's gonna be broken
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
It looked like it had such maintenance issues, but they were very happy people going up and down. Going up this thing. It didn't go very fast, so worst case scenario,
can't be
you
in
just
a
put your
hurry.
feet down and you would be fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was interesting.
So, have we given you what you want? What more can we give you?
So, what I'm hearing is that the work we've got, perhaps done on Harmony, stuff we've got on Preston will probably be fine. We're going to throw more design time at the project. We should be looking down Bridge, Depot, the intersection area. Does that seem like a consensus of the group?
Yeah, how, is there gonna be any effect on the BMAC project on your design, or is that all entirely not connected to that?
The BMAC project?
The museum.
The museum project. We had a conversation with Danny during the charrette time period. We have an understanding of what it is that they are looking at.
They've gone public.
Yes, yeah. And I think it lines up fine with what we were
Okay,
looking
good.
at on Bridge Street. And yeah, so I don't see there being an issue. It would be nice if they moved the building back and give you 10 more feet of sidewalk, but
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why
can we
not?
ask them
Yeah.
to do that?
Reasonable
It
request.
is still
Yeah.
conceptual. so-
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Completely
I think it's, the building is sitting
Why
sort
don't
of in
you
a
put in
separate-
your design that they do that?
Yeah.
Well, we can suggest
I like
that.
that idea. Is that gonna help with the bike lane then? Except for we still
It
have
wouldn't
the-
solve the problem.
Yeah, because we still have
It
the
wouldn't
building.
continue the problem, you know, as much. It would give you a little more sidewalk room there. It's actually really interesting because it's so, it changes so much right there. You're like super tight right in front of the lattice, and then that bridge is incredibly wide over the Weston,
Yeah.
and that crosswalk is ridiculous. It's like
Yeah, it's a huge.
it's like
long
80
cross-
feet across that crosswalk.
Yeah.
It's crazy wide, how wide it is. So there's a lot of opportunity to improve the pedestrian experience on the bridge, or bicyclist experience on the bridge. But it just crunches right in where the buildings come in. They're just, and obviously have for a very long time been that close to each other. So there you go. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you guys.
Thanks, Brandy.
So I think you probably will plan to see me maybe again in February, just in
Okay.
terms of timeline. That's the hope anyway.
So, it's 8:26.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
I'm back.
how do we feel about going on for another 20 minutes?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Everybody good? How about another 10 minutes?
I think we have Erin here, so we should
Yeah,
at
no,
least
we
hear
definitely,
from
we
Erin.
definitely wanna do the
I think the
West
rest-
Festival
a lot,
part.
though.
You know, we have a meeting in about 2-3 weeks,
Right,
so we can move some of that other stuff.
okay.
I mean,
Okay.
so if we do,
So if we just do
Aaron
West
and
West
H.
Brattleboro,
yeah.
and then H, which
Yeah.
is not gonna take too long at all, and then adjourn. Is that good for
Yes.
everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Erin, why don't you just explain?
I mean, you wanna give a little context of what
Yeah.
we're talking about first, and then I'll kind of.
Sure, so, this is the big picture planning efforts, and we just wanted to bring you guys all up to date with what we've been doing in West Brattleboro. Erin and I originally have been on the West Brattleboro Association for a long period of time. And we have been talking for a while about trying to find a third place or a community space for the village of West Brattleboro. That's been going on for years and years and years. And then post-Irene, Melrose Terrace, we've talked about that before, a lot of those buildings are designated, 11 of them have designated to come down. They're gonna redesign that space, the bank space. They're actually gonna dig out the brook from when it was filled in, when the buildings were built. So it's gonna become less of a flood zone. It's not entirely free of flood zone, but there's some designation that's gonna shift. And last year, 2 years ago, Chris Hart came to the WBA saying she had a plan for what to do with the remaining buildings in Melrose Terrace. So this past year, Erin started a project to focus community attention on that space with the idea of it potentially becoming a third place for the village of West Brattleboro. So that's what it's working with me.
Right, and we're looking at it also as, I mean, when we were looking at third places, which we were incredibly unsuccessful at finding over the course of about 5 years, what we've really been focusing on is economic development for West Brattleboro, and like how to create a there. We've watched business after business close, or business after business try to sell their property and been not successful in selling very large buildings. The Mattress Company, American Traders,
Now Chelsea.
Royal. I mean, there's a bunch. I mean, Dallin Chalet is arguably like also in a place that needs to have a new vision. So this project, it's called Waterways, is, like I said, a community engagement project around this particular plot of land at Melrose Terrace. So the grant that we got was through the Community Engagement Lab, And I'm a teaching artist, and they were really focusing on how teaching artists can gather the community and engage them in creative placemaking effectively. And so that's, in June, we're going to have a series of 3 events that does exactly that. The other focus they had in this grant, and certainly a focus for us as well, is that Melrose Terrace is a great example of how the climate is affecting people living along the waterway. And the whetstone is really arguably like the vital spine of West Brattleboro. But it is also quite dangerous. And so part of what we're doing is bringing the community in relationship to the waterway and understanding better about how it's moving and how it will move, and how we could be good stewards of that waterway. We've been talking to other organizations, Connecticut River Conservancy, the Vermont River Conservancy, more recently, I'm going to mess it up, at the Watershed Division of Marie
Caduto.
Yep.
Yes. Right, so I just went to that, and how the water quality. We're working with Bonneville Environmental Education Center. We're bringing in the Academy School and engaging all ages around, like, how do we really shepherd this particular piece of land and this particular part of the whetstone, bring it back to health, and also because there's going to be land there that won't be built on, and there'll be buildings that will rise up out of the floodway once all this work is done along that stretch. How do we use this space as public space going forward? So that's kind of the long vision.
And the buildings that are going to remain there potentially could be used for some kind of income generating. But it's not quite clear how. But the idea is ultimately to get this into an actual productive community space where that will be a location that would then attract people to revitalize the town, the village, more of the
And its location next to the village center is really key. And there's also other conversations about how to get kids from, like, Tri-Park on their bike to downtown. Like, that's kind of a longer vision, and how is this a stopping point on that? And instead of having them on Route 9, which is just crazy, to have them back there. So just starting to look at all the chunks. I walked the whetstone with Kathy Erfer, and it was really interesting to kind of see how people are using the whetstone in different areas, where you could see where there were swimming holes, where there were fishing holes, and this, but also seeing how there are some really flat areas that could accommodate a lot of walking and biking. So, yeah, it's kind of a big thing that we're really kind of sinking our heels into in June.
Do you have any set dates yet, or?
Right now, yeah, I mean, we have to check with a couple of our partners to make sure, but right now we're looking at June 7th, 14th, and 21st. They're all Sundays.
Okay.
The first one will be around historical storytelling, and from the perspective of Abenaki elders in the community, also some of the elders that lived right there in Melrose Terrace and loved it. So hearing stories, and stories from people that grew up along the whetstone in West Brattleboro and their relationship to the waterway. And then we'll also draw out stories from the other people that come and document those. The second event is more environmental. We'll have people from the Vermont River Conservancy and Connecticut River Conservancy, as well as Bonneville Environmental Education Center. And the idea right now is that there'll be different kind of walking tours around there with educational components. They'll have a schedule, and then it's also then going to result in working with 2 ceramic artists that are local, and that information that education people get will then be able to take a tile and be able to choose some aspect of the waterway there, that area, and draw how they envision the health coming back to that area. And then those tiles can be used in, at Beak, maybe at Academy School, so there's a way of like visually connecting people to this site. Because one of the ideas Chris Hart had, and something we left out, is that the idea right now is that that Brattleboro Housing Partnerships might create another organization, like a nonprofit, that would then hold this land once it's purchased back by $1, with $1 back from FEMA. And so she's really looking at, oh, it's HUD,
HUD.
sorry,
FEMA's paying for the
right,
regeneration,
HUD.
but HUD
Yeah.
owns the.
HUD owns the building, so.
Okay, right. So how those buildings, the remaining buildings can be used, and maybe they can be used as classrooms as well, so that they have on-site education, tying in other educational things. And then the third event is more movement-based and immediate experiencing, and then we'll also get the artwork that's taken from the first two events, and they'll come to that event as well. And so it'll be our culminating event. And in that event is where we'll start to plant seeds of the community voicing what they'd love to see there, but after having lots of experience. So that's where we are
Sounds
now.
fantastic. Thank you.
Cool. Excited. There it is.
Great. I
Is
feel like
there
you guys
any-
are like, sorry.
Oh, no, I was gonna say, is there anything that we can do to help at this point, or just kind of stay tuned and?
We're looking for really beautiful maps. And actually, we'd love to work with a map maker, but someone maybe that does hand-drawn maps,
Oh.
not electronic. Because we're really thinking about this, the visual campaign of
Mhm.
this, so that, you know, I always feel like we have to go back to the hand, and that gets people to realize, oh, I'm included.
Yeah.
There's something that if it's digital, too digital, there's a remoteness. So hand-drawn maps would be really beautiful.
Did you ever see the Whetstone Brook flyer? I don't know that it's a hand-drawn map, but she tapes at BCTV. Richards did a lot of art on it. Let me get you one before you leave. I
Right.
don't know if it's a hand-drawn map, but she did a lot of artwork around it.
Cool. I'd love to see that.
So I'll get you one, but
We
I'll ask around to see if I can find.
That would be great.
We also want to get the word out so that people will come, because the
Mhm.
more people who come, the
Absolutely. And we'll also be doing a lot of outreach in the communities like Westgate and Tri Park and some of the other communities in West Brattleboro. We're going to be doing outreach.
Mhm.
So it would be fantastic to have, we're going to set it up so there's sort of a list where you can sign up to be part of the outreach, and we'll do outreach events. Because it's the only way we're really going to get everyone
Mhm.
to feel like they're involved and
Mhm.
invited. So, so that's where we're gonna love to have others come with us on those events. Yeah, like yourselves, that'd be great. Because people will have questions. It'll be an experience, it won't be a meeting. But then we'll have time afterwards, like a Q&A. Yeah. Any other questions?
It sounds like that village area needs some enthusiastic, enlivening creativity, so whatever we can help,
Thanks.
let us know.
No, I'm really excited about it. I feel like you folks have like really thought about everything. You know, I feel like you're like approaching it at all the different angles and like thinking about everybody. I really dig that. I'm super excited to see, you know, it come to fruition.
Cool.
So
And we'll have more to share with you. As soon as we firm up those dates, we'll have, and we want to work on a flyer right away and a beautiful poster. I mean, something like
Yeah.
someone would want that poster to frame that poster and they would keep it forever. That's the level.
do you know
Of a poster.
Bryony Cribbs? Bryony, she's from like Dummerston, Putney area. You should check out her art. She's not a map drawer, but she's good enough to be able to do something. I don't want to take away from what you're
No,
doing.
I.
No, that's
She also
great.
does, she does like a lot of like botanicals and then like nature stuff also.
Perfect.
She does like a lot of like, it's very similar to like a Audubon Society art.
Oh,
She's like better than Audubon though. She's mind blowing.
Okay.
So check her, Bryony. I don't know how you spell that.
And how do you spell her last name?
I think it's Cribbs, Bryony.
Right.
I'm gonna check it out.
No, she's so good. She's one of my. Oh yeah, Briony.
B-R-I.
Ony. Morrow, Norrow dash Cribbs, Cribbs.
Okay. Great.
Her art is mind blowing, and it's like I think it's like what you guys are describing. I'm like,
Okay.
she's the one.
Because and we're also envisioning like the layers, the overlays of the different outcomes that are, because it's about the environment, it's also about like the people that live along the whetstone, or generally that's the cheapest land, so that when there are events, those are the people that actually need the most help, and so, so there's a lot about social equity, there's about economic development, there's creating a there. Anyway, so I want to be able to have the map also show those things. And show the different populations, and show the different kinds of engagement. So. Great, thanks for that. If any other artists come to mind, it'd be great to work with someone local. Yeah.
Alrighty, anything else?
Did you want to talk
Weather?
about weather?
Oh, yeah, so, until such time as it's not gonna snow anymore, I thought it would be a good idea for us to set aside the Wednesday following the first Monday of every month, so that we know if it's snowing on Monday, that we will just meet that Wednesday. Does everybody feel like they
So
are
the
willing
basically
and
it's the
able to
first
do that?
one.
So it
Yeah.
won't always necessarily be the first Wednesday, because it could be that,
Second, yeah.
it could be the second.
Just the Wednesday
So,
following that
so it's
first
the Wednesday
Friday.
following the first
Yeah.
Monday. So
Yeah.
if you would just clear your schedules until May.
So next meeting's the 6th.
Or take a look and make sure, yeah, like
Yeah.
if you've got a conflict, just let us know
Yeah.
so we
Yeah.
can.
So that this way we don't have to do what we did to do this time, which is sort of run around and pull everybody and all that. We just know that if we cancel the meeting for Monday, it will happen on that Wednesday.
So like the 2 days after or whatever.
Right,
That was easy.
right. Is that good?
Yeah, I'm gonna miss a number of meetings in a row, the Monday meeting, so if it snows, I'll be here. And I don't know if there's any, if you ever need a vote or something, if I can participate by phone.
You can
Yeah,
participate.
you can, yeah.
Okay.
We'll let you know if we need it for 'em.
Great.
All right, cool. So, anything else?
No?
All right.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Yes.
Oh, yes,
Holidays.
happy
Happy
holidays.
holidays.
See you in
And
the
I need a motion to adjourn.
We
So
do the
moved.
honors. I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Interesting meeting.
I apologize
Yeah.
for
So let's get the party started. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:04. And we have no additions even now. Wow, what are the chances? I don't know what to do with myself now. The clerk's report. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of December 4th.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne, for the second. Any discussion?
Could I add that Herb Pelletier was at that meeting? It wasn't listed in the.
Excellent. Did you get that, Wendy?
I'm sorry, no, I didn't.
Can you add that Herb Pelletier was at the meeting of December 4th?
Oh, okay, so that needs to be added to the.
Right.
Okay, sure, yes, thank you.
The sign-in sheet went missing, so partway through.
Yeah, that was correct.
Have we set a sign around?
Sorry?
Have we set a sign in around?
Oh, good point.
I'll find some paper somewhere. John,
You want a sheet here?
I think Beth said John just wants to.
I have Jody Normando sent along some holiday cheer for the board, so, or anybody, you can have my share.
It's to sweeten you up.
To sweeten us up. Oh. Okay, point taken. Be sweeter, Christina. I'll try.
No, you're already sweet, but put up with us tonight.
So, any other further discussion on the minutes? All those in favor of approving the minutes of December 4th, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays or abstentions? The ayes have it, the ayes have it, the minutes have passed. Hello, visitors. Welcome. It's a beautiful holiday feeling evening. So, as is our custom, and we haven't been down in Guilford in a while, but as is our custom, we will take public comment on any agenda item. At the end of the meeting, if anybody in the public wants to comment on something that is not on the agenda, we'll allow time for that. We have had a lot of interest in our meetings and a lot of public input, and so we have been limiting people to try to make the comment in 2 minutes. If you have to go on to 3 minutes, that's allowed, but we're trying to do that throughout all of our meetings to be fair and equitable. That's what Act 46 is all about. So, with that in mind, and if I forget, please raise your hand. When you speak, please state your name, address the board chair, and please refrain from making any negative comments to anybody in particular on the board. With that, and I don't know where the bathrooms are around here.
Out the store, down the hallway, on the. On the right.
Excellent, thank you, Lyle. I sent around communications today. Were there any additional communications anybody on the board wanted to share? Yes, Jody.
Recognition of visitors. Had my hand up.
Sorry, I didn't see you, Jody. I gotta put my glasses down for the meeting. You guys are really dark back there. Yes. Jody Normando.
I just want to comment on I've been watching the videos that I haven't been able to come to, and there's so much noise, and I don't know what's going on in the rooms that have been doing that, but there's so much noise it's very difficult to hear. And I want to, you're talking about, I'm talking about getting microphones and things like that, but I think for Emily, you need to get her a phone. She comes loud and clear on the phone you had on the other day. So I think that's what you need to do with Emily. But I wish that, this sounds like a quiet room to be in. But,
this is a great room, yeah. This is
it sounds like it is.
On the small side, so that we're battling that. If we were going to do a big meeting here, it would be the best place.
And I know I did speak to you about not being able to hear Curtis Reed, and particularly because he was up front talking to you guys and not projecting back. And so it's very hard to catch on the video what's going on.
I'm wondering if we could talk about maybe having BCTV provide a microphone up here so the recordings are more clear, so that if you miss something in a meeting, people could go back and hear. Maybe we could, although it's hard with such a big, large board to get that mic'd together. But I am working on the mics otherwise, but Curtis was not feeling well, so he didn't have much of a voice. So that was part of the problem. That's why he was facing us, because he couldn't project very well that evening. So that was part of the evening.
Thanks, that's all right now.
Okay, back to communications. Anybody have any communications to share? Excellent. Moving on to committee reports.
Wait a minute, I have a comment
Sorry.
on communications too. I had to go around and get the communications sent to me because they're not being put on the web. And I understand when it's a personnel involved or anything like that, we don't want it. But I just watched part of the Wyndham Central, and they always start out with passing out communications. Even in writing, they print them out and pass them out. And I would just like to encourage you to at least get them attached to the minutes.
So we talked about that as a board, and given the amount of time it would take to comb through, and also people may write not expecting to have their minutes public. And so we agreed as a board that if somebody requests them and they've been shared with the full board, then they are a public document and they are available for anybody who requests them. But in terms of posting things, if people are writing things and not expecting them to be posted, perhaps somebody writes something about a principal that maybe they didn't realize was going to be published on a website. I think we really have to think carefully about that. Also, the amount of time that Lyle and I have spent in the past trying to decide what belongs in executive session and what doesn't on communications, it has been a fairly good amount. And so when it's just shared with the board, and thinking about sharing without a full quorum of the board, so it could be requested, but we'd have to really fine-tooth comb every communication to make sure there isn't something in there that might reveal something about a student when it's a parent communication. So,
but we don't even know, what it pertains to. And maybe you could even just say, this is a communication that pertains to, I don't know what. Let's say the field or something like that. This communication pertains to that, and you can help filter it out that way, because we know nothing about what's going on.
I do that now to the board when I summarize them. I say there's a communication from Lyle on diversity, make sure everybody got it. There are 4 communications on the field. There was a communication back and forth about leadership councils. There's one I'm missing, dang it. But anyway, those were the communications that the board had.
For this particular meeting?
For this particular meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. Take it away, Sean, Finance Committee.
All right, the Finance Committee last met on the 4th, and we had a report of that meeting at the WSESD regular meeting, so I don't think there is a report. We will have another meeting on January 8th, I believe it will be Wednesday, which is first Wednesday in January after the holidays.
Excellent, and I did not, and maybe it was just because it's hard to find, I didn't see the minutes from our meeting posted. So from that Finance Committee meeting posted?
I know you started them.
I started them and then I sent them to Frank, so I don't know, maybe they got lost in the shuffle, but
I don't know if they were posted on the web, but I did see a copy of them from Frank.
Oh, okay.
Right, so-
Now we can check. I know I finished them and thought I forwarded them, so.
I was just looking now to see if I could find them, because I was looking for
Okay.
something specific, but anyway.
Yeah,
can just-
I'll make a note, make sure.
Thank you, Frank, I know you got a lot on your plate. Personnel Committee.
Well, we just met this evening, and we went through a number of 1% for the high school, one for the high school, and some for the Brattleboro Town Elementary Schools. There was one in there that also applied to the Guilford, Dummerston, Putney, and also Vernon, and Vernon is going to vote on it at their next meeting, I believe. We did not have time to do our mission statement, so that's something we'll put on our next agenda. Sorry.
Dang, I was so excited. Okay. Thank you, Personnel Committee. Anything else? Policy and Amendment Committee, we met on Monday morning. We have been trying to wrestle down to make sure for the new Brattleboro seats that will be added in this coming town meeting, they'll be voted on this coming town meeting day, and they will take office on the 18th of March. Trying to figure out how those seats get distributed. We all got clear on one of those seats will be a 2-year seat because they have to be evenly, you don't want half of the Brattleboro reps changing at a given time. So David and I spent a long time afterwards making sure we totally understood it. So we were sure that one of the seats has to be a 2-year seat. It's a little, and the committee preferred that for the first year, the second seat would be a 1-year seat because we felt like people are more likely to sign up for the task of being on this board with a 1-year commitment. There's a lot of marriages that don't last 3 years. After the first year, it would then switch to a 3-year seat because that's what our default articles say. The attorney, Ottinger, thought this would be fine. We've been trying to arrange a conference call with Will Senning to make sure that that is fine, that there's nothing remiss, but we have not been able to raise him on the phone when we've all been available to meet. So I had hoped I could entertain a motion, I'd hoped to entertain a motion right now that would create a 1 and a 2-year seat for Brattleboro, and then they would evolve to 3-year seats afterwards as per the default articles. But I think I need to think about a more clever motion, because in the event the 1-year seat isn't okay, then the policy committee will have to move forward, or actually probably just me, because we don't want to meet on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, and by the time we get to warn it, we'd be into Christmas week. That whatever Senning approves is what we'll have to put in as a seat. But that was the preference of the committee, to do a 1 and 2-year seat, so that's up for discussion if the full board does not think that that's preferable and they'd like to go for a 2 and a 2 or a 2 and a 3. All those seem to be equally distributed.
I thought that it was going to be a 1 or a 2-year.
One of them has to be a 2-year.
Right.
Evolving to a 3-year. And then those 3 seats, there'll be a 1, 2, and they'll all be in good rotation. Mm-hmm. So you could add a seat. Remember we did 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. So the second seat could be a 1, a 2, or a 3-year as far as equal rotation is concerned. But in case there's some other Byzantine statute that we don't understand, like it has to be a 3-year if you can have a 3-year or something, or if that's Senning's interpretation, then we'd have a 2 and a 3-year for this. No matter what, one has to be a 2-year seat, and that was pretty clear from the first conversation. It's only the second seat that the committee thought would be best a 1-year seat, but we haven't gotten the final blessing from the Secretary of State's office on that as yet.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
There are 4 or 3 new Brattleboro seats?
There are 2 new Brattleboro seats.
I was way off. Thank you.
But the one of the Emily seat is a 1-year, so three will be elected.
Okay. All right.
And if they were all for 3 years, then they would all be elected again in 3 years. And
okay.
It would be a massive turnover, which is not a good thing.
So 2 new seats are what you're talking about?
Yes.
Right now. Okay. Thank you.
So is it the case that it sounds like it's the case that everything has to be on a 3-year seat eventually?
That is what the default articles say currently. The committee talked about maybe that wasn't desirable, but the statutes maybe look like we don't have a choice. So I've asked that of the attorney as well, but again, we haven't had a chance to talk to him. So, which was not the case in our town boards, but on a unified district, the rules are different about seat allotment. So, any thoughts on that? So I guess I'm looking for a motion to authorize the chair, and I can have someone in consultation because the town clerks really want to move forward with the petition, so people can get out there and publish them, and this is the last thing they're waiting on. So I'm trying to push it forward because the town clerks are pushing us. So, and it's the holidays, so people have to get their petitions in. So I'm looking for a creative motion to authorize myself, anybody on this board, to get advice from the Secretary of State and the attorney and finalize those Brattleboro seats. If it could be somebody from Brattleboro, that might be a good move as well.
I'll move it.
Okay, so the motion, which I gave you a lot of dim sum options there, Sean.
Yeah, but what we're looking for is the sequencing of the Brattleboro additional seats, the 2 additional seats will be coming on. So getting the sequencing for the rest of the board on compliance.
So you're authorizing the board chair and David Scholes?
Oh, all right.
Because then there's a Brattleboro person,
Sure.
so if there's a last minute Brattleboro.
Yep.
You're around the next couple days, David?
Not tomorrow, it's all meetings all day.
Okay, yeah.
And, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you authorize Chris, the chair, and Emily Murphy-Cower to decide on the basis of the guidance from the attorney on the term lengths of the second Brattleboro seat.
You got it.
Did you get that, Wendy?
One moment. So to authorize board chair and
Emily Murphy-Cower.
Emily to decide on the basis of guidance from secretaries.
Attorney and Secretary of State.
Okay. Attorney and Secretary of State on term limits.
On term for the second seat.
Term for.
Term length for the second seat.
Term length, that's the word. For second seat. I'm gonna read it again just to make sure.
Perfect.
Motion to authorize board chair and Emily Murphy-Cower to decide on the basis of guidance from the attorney and the Secretary of State on term length for the second seat. And so Sean. Of Brattleboro, okay. All right, and Sean made that motion, but I don't remember hearing the second.
We're waiting for that.
Second.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
I would just like a point of clarification. I think the town meeting, and maybe Beth knows this, is on March 10th. Is that correct? I think it is.
I think it's.
Or if anybody knows when the town meeting is.
It's March 3rd.
March 3rd?
Yes, first Tuesday in March.
Okay, so that would mean that the petitions will be due back the week.
Well, we have to count six back,
yeah.
so-
I did it from the 10th and I got to January 27th.
Right.
So it would be the previous Monday, or is it the Tuesday? Because we actually meet on a Tuesday, so I'm not sure.
We absolutely have to approve this warning on January 8th. We cannot go any later than that. So everything will have to be decided, and you will have to have that warning in front of you on January 8th to be approved that day.
Which is our next
Which is your
WSESD meeting.
WSESD.
So, and then, yeah, and then the petitions will be due very quick.
Soon after
that. So
Should be two weeks.
Because the town meeting is March 3rd, then it has to be six
Mondays.
Mondays prior to that, so sounds like, yeah.
That's why I'm
Early-
pushing
early
to get
in
it done
January.
now.
Yeah,
so
gotta
that-
get it done, yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not gonna happen.
I'd prefer to bring it in front of the board, but unless you want to be here New Year's Eve.
No, you do.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion to authorize the board chair and Emily Murphy-Cower to decide the
On the basis of guidance.
on the basis of guidance from the Secretary of State's office and the attorney, the term length of the second Brattleboro seat, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. We were also busy in the committee and made some last-minute changes to the Leadership Council, which I sent around. Barb lickety-split turned those changes around, and I sent those around today, so we can talk about that later in the agenda. And that was all we did in policy and amendment, is that correct?
Hard to believe, but yeah.
Given the length of the meeting. Okay, moving on to Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee.
So we were supposed to meet on Monday, but I had to cancel the meeting. So we have a poll out right now for alternate dates. I'm actually not sure though. I just resent it again like 5 seconds ago because nobody's opened it, it doesn't look like. And it's my first time using the Google form.
I got it, but I haven't looked at the
cool.
computer all day.
Okay. Then, so it goes. Cool.
Let's skip over climate crisis because Thomas is running a little late tonight and move on to Communications Council.
We haven't met since our last meeting, but we are meeting tomorrow at 12:30.
12:30.
And Diversity and Equity Committee.
I've not met, but I met with the teachers, Diversity and Equity Committee. They're putting together a list of some resources for all the teachers in all of the schools. They're planning Diversity Day, and they made the request that Lyle forwarded it to us. for backing for the teachers, and I guess they decided on a letter.
Mission and Goals Committee, I don't know what that is.
That
was
just
wondering.
keeps resting there. The mission, that was the first way we described the mission and goals approval
Right.
process.
I gotta,
It never was a committee.
I gotta read more for comprehension when I approve the final agenda. Sorry about that. And then the WSESU board, the superintendent search committee. Emily, you wanna?
Sure. So we met last Thursday, and where we are at the moment is we're trying to figure out, we're looking for a consultant or a group that could support us in the search process. So at Thursday's meeting, we had talked to 2 different groups, and realized also that there are probably other groups out there, as we hadn't done a really broad enough search. So this Thursday will be, or tomorrow, at 4:30, we'll be hearing from a few more groups. And we've had some communications in the interim about groups such as VSBA. I know Carrie met with NESDEC today.
Oh,
Yeah.
today.
Today. And we've, on Thursday's meeting, we talked to Curtis Reed and Jennifer Andrews? What was her name?
Jacobs.
Jacobs, who helped with the town search process. So tomorrow, I think we plan on at least, if not only narrowing it down, but probably moving towards picking somebody or picking somebody at the meeting is the hope.
There's another, did you schedule Mark Andrews yet?
He's tomorrow night.
Mhm.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah.
So he's scheduled in, so
He's
we're
scheduled
gonna,
in.
so we're gonna talk to the
That's tomorrow
VSBA,
morning.
Sue Siglowski of the VSBA tomorrow night, and Mark Andrews, who's helped some districts, some other districts in Vermont, former superintendent up in was a former superintendent in Essex, and lives somewhere way up there now, so. Excellent. Thanks, Emily. WSESU budget update. We approved the SU budget. It is up considerably, primarily due to increased special ed costs. And that is primarily due to increased students with needs moving into the district. So it's been a busy year in the special education department, finding placements, getting all these new students that have moved in, making sure they have the supports they need. I don't think it was anticipated, judging by the look on Marissa Duncan-Holly's face for the month of September. So I can presume that we were probably spending a little bit in deficit with the special ed funding this year because the students have been here this year and we're carrying on with the plan for them next year. So that has been a challenge at the SU level. It's federally required that we provide the supports we're providing. So we have approved a budget that was, I don't have the number with me, but I do have Frank. I can phone a friend.
Mhm.
Can you give me the final numbers on the SU budget that you approved?
Sure, the total was $22,783,474. And in total, it was up 14%. The administrative budget was up 2.4, but as you said, special education was up 20%.
So we'll be seeing that as our SU assessments roll into our budgets. And it was particularly challenging at the SU level this year when you're looking at the allocation because Vernon is a separate district, and so how we managed all that. So I really want to thank Frank for patiently walking through it. So I actually understood how the allocations were happening, and it was a lot of changes from how we've historically done things. So, and special ed would be allocated differently than administration. So there was many formulas working, and they seemed to make sense. So I appreciate all your patience walking me through that, Frank, personally.
Can I also thank Shelley Wilson and Marisa Duncan-Hawley,
Yes.
who have gone through every IEP to ensure that the services that are needed are the services that are being delivered, and basically hours upon hours of going through with a fine-tooth comb. So.
Yes, Thank you for that. Any questions on anything at the SU level? Jody Normando.
I had a question about, and I think I picked this up when you were talking about yeah, what you were just talking about. I'm sorry, my mind's gone. But people had lost their services or lost their out of placement. Was that?
District placement?
That's what I was trying to figure out from listening to the conversation that. But they had to be tutored because.
Yeah, you know what she's talking about now.
Yes, I do now. So if they're not on an IEP, but they need, but for some reason we've had to place them in an out-of-district placement, then we may have to be paying for tutoring. Generally, that means that the student is not on an IEP plan, an individual education plan. But we still need to provide tutoring. Students are sometimes placed for mental health reasons, for discipline reasons, a whole host of reasons of why a student might be placed temporarily in an out-of-district placement.
Okay, but the comment was that they'd lost their placement or whatever, but I didn't know whether.
I don't know about it.
Things that were treating, organizations that were treating these people would shut down or what the problem was. Okay.
I think I do actually recall. My memory is that the explanation was that at times, children who've been placed in out of system placements were basically asked to leave for some reason, or that was the implication, they had to leave, and that the district is still obligated to educate them. So that I think I asked the question about that particular expense. That essentially we'd have to expend however much money it costs for the tutors to teach those kids when they can't be in those out of system placements. That was my understanding anyway.
That's what I read.
Yeah, I had another question too, but it's gone right out of my mind. I may have to wait till the end, but I think it had something to do with people moving in to the area.
We have a lot now.
A lot.
A lot.
Yes.
And now, if they're moving in and they're residents, they're under our budget, but if they're moving in and they come from Dover or Marlboro or somewhere else, they have to pay for that. Okay, thank you.
The increase would just be for the ones that are now residents of somewhere in our district. So, yes.
My daughter Lisa works for
Sorry, could you state your name?
Liz Adams from Putney. My daughter works for CIS. And just so you have a heads up, they are so swamped with special needs kids. They're literally going out of their minds. It's coming at you. It's not going to stop. So just to keep that in your head, that.
Thanks for that, Liz.
If you know ahead of time what's coming at you.
Ruby McAdoo from Putney. I feel like I've asked something like this question before, and it's going to stick in my brain one of these days. But with the SU budget, how does that appear? So from Putney, how does that appear in the Putney budget? Are there line items that directly correlate, or is there some portion of the SU budget that's, are you used allocation as a word? Is some of it allocated to each town? And is it different depending on student count? I mean, how will that come up when we see all of our town budgets?
So, up until last year, it was allocated on a rolling basis of your, roughly your enrollment. So per head, it was allocated to the Putney budget, and it was just a line in the Putney budget, SU assessment, or a couple lines, SU assessment for the various, because SU, and while we've been merging, they've been moving more stuff up to the SU level, and changing everything on us. So every year you look at a budget, oh, this is up at the SU now, so special ed went up, transportation went up, food services went up. So it used to show up as a line under the Putney assessment. Well, we're all one district now. There is no Putney district per se. So it's the SU assessment now comes to the two districts that are still in existence. Part goes to Vernon and part goes to the WSESD. For things like curriculum instruction and fiscal services, HR, all that is still allocated on a per pupil basis between the two districts, Vernon now and the WSESD. The special education is allocated slightly differently because of Vernon's choice. So it's more based with the special ed allocation on the actual requirements and needs of the students. Did I cover that reasonably well?
Can I ask one follow-up question?
Sure.
You mentioned food services moved over to the SU. Is that what you meant?
The money flows through the SU now.
So I ask this because from a values perspective, our food service at Putney is very important to our community. And so I just want to understand if I should be showing up to the SU meetings as well as the SD.
The Putney situation is a little trickier because some of it shows up on the district level expense, right? Because the
well, it's really no difference in terms of the management and the implementation of budget plans and contracts, employment contracts, and compliance with the child nutrition program. So the service occurs in the schools. So the the principals provide a lot of input on quality of program. What do we want to run breakfast after the bell? Those kinds of programmatic questions. But ultimately, the state, as you said, has assigned the accounting for the food service at the SU level, so at the SU level, they're going to depend on the principal's inputs at the SD level to address any kind of change in operation, a different model. Do we want to replicate the Putney model? That's unlikely to come from the supervisory union board. It's more likely to come from this board. But ultimately, the SU has to manage the financial aspects of the contract.
all right, moving on. Administrative update.
So just quickly, the majority of everybody's time, building-based administrators, Frank, myself, has been spent on budgeting over the last couple of weeks. We had a school safety meeting. We do this quarterly with first responders. That was supposed to be yesterday. That was postponed. It'll happen in the new year. As Ann just said, schools are working to put together some educational materials around, the board had passed that each school will display it was the Philadelphia Pride flag, but I don't remember what. The inclusive Pride flag. So teachers are working, Shannon Kelly at the Green Street Librarian is leading a lot of that work. So that every school will have an educational component with the flag. And I did ask that the board do an informational piece so that we can send that out when the flag is displayed, so that parents understand the reasoning behind that. And the last thing, weeks and weeks ago, when we first started talking about amending the original Articles of Agreement, a strong suggestion was made by Attorney Ottinger that anytime we amend them, we make sure that we note those amendments in the original Articles of Agreement. So that's on my calendar to try to do over the next couple of weeks. So I will be bringing you, I think probably it will just be an approval that, but I will be trying to go through the original Articles of Agreement that were imposed on us and say this is replaced by what was passed in the ballots.
Okay. Oh, that sounds like a fun way to spend your
winter
holiday.
So.
Excellent. Thank you, Lyle. And my apologies to John that we are not getting a tour tonight. The budget looms, the 132 or so page budget looms large. So we're not going to, we'll take a rain check on that tour of the school for next time.
We would love to have you back.
Great. We will be back. Moving on to unfinished business, so Thomas was somebody who had actually, one of the people that had requested this next item, so I'm just gonna table it till he arrives. And I think because those two items go together, and my apologies to those people that are here for this, I'm gonna table those until Thomas arrives, because having the conversation without him doesn't seem right, if that's okay with the board. And I'm also gonna table the mission statements, because next time we're gonna have them all to go. So, on to item D, Leadership Council appointments.
So it says Dummerston staff, but Julianne's working with the staff still to determine who will do that. Dummerston does have an additional parent, Maeve Jenkins, is that
Jenks.
Jenks, okay, thank you. Get that right. Maeve Jenks to be approved. Do you want them all at the same time?
Let's just do it individually,
Okay.
maybe. So I'd entertain a motion to appoint Maeve Jenks to the Dummerston Leadership Council. Thank you, David.
Second.
Thank you, Tim. Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing Maeve Jenks to the Dummerston Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. Welcome, Maeve.
Okay, thank you. Academy, I believe just Robin Morgan's the only one so far?
Yep, I talked briefly to Christina tonight. My idea is to send home a letter to parents, a second round, just saying basically with detach and return to me if you'd like to be part of the leadership council. I think writing the letter was a barrier maybe, so having that might help add some interest. Yeah.
So Robin Morgan. So I'd entertain a motion to appoint Robin Morgan to the Academy Leadership Council. Ooh, everybody's jumping on that one. Everybody wants to do that one. I give that to Ann, and I heard David is the second.
No, it's Tim.
Tim is the second. Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing Robin Morgan to the Academy School Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Welcome back, Robin.
Oak Grove, Summer Birch is the only one that we've heard from?
Excellent. I would entertain a motion to appoint Summer Birch to the Oak Grove Leadership Council.
So moved.
Thank you, Tim.
Second.
Thank you, David. Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing Summer Birch to the Oak Grove Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it.
And
You
we-
keep up with that, Wendy?
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it.
Good, okay.
I'll stop you if I'm like
Okay.
freaking out.
And we have Brattleboro Union High School, we have Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King.
That's where I'll need a moment because I gotta get those names down. So Rick Mills,
Rick Mills.
Rick Mills,
and
Katie Everest,
Katie Everest, like Mount Everest.
and Kira King.
Can you spell her first name?
Can you spell Kira's?
K-I-E-R-A.
Okay, King is the last name?
Correct.
K,
Okay,
yeah.
and that's to,
Brattleboro Union High School.
thank you.
All those in favor of appointing Rick, that's right, I have a motion, sorry. You were saying the name so often, I thought I'd made the motion. I need a motion to.
I would like to make a motion for Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kaya Kay to be the BUHS Leadership Council members.
No, Dummerston. Was
Nope.
it?
I mean, the,
Oh, BUH. Oh,
yeah, BUHS
You're
Leadership
just from
Council.
Dummerston.
Rick and Katie, yeah,
Yeah.
I can see
Yeah,
where you went
but
wrong
it's
on that.
BUHS.
Yep, good, sorry.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kelly, for the second. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving Rick Mills, Katie Everest, and Kira King to the BUHS Leadership Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Excellent.
It's kind of interesting because for the BUHS Leadership Council, the person could be from any town. So
Yes.
that's nice. Rick Mills from Dummerston, Katie's from Brattleboro, and I'm not sure about Kaya, but, yeah,
From Bratt.
from Bratt.
Nice. The next item, meeting microphone update. I did not manage to wrestle that one down this week, so my apologies. I will. My brother's a sound engineer. I'll see him at Christmas Eve, so I'll do that then. So,
Next business of pleasure.
yes. Use what free resources you have in the community. And while we're tabling, I'm tabling the VSBA dues. Vernon met on Monday And there was something of a wrinkle because I did not attend the last VSBA meeting because it was our superintendent search meeting. And at that meeting, this is what I get, and at that meeting, they decided to change their policy from allowing non-dues paying districts to be part of superintendent searches. So they will no longer provide superintendent searches because they're, I think it sounded like they're down a person. That sounded like, because they're down a staff person, they cannot provide them. So, the timing was, the optics on the timing were not excellent, I think. The Vernon, was the sentiment from the Vernon board. And so they wanted to table while we figured out the direction and not have that stymieing our discussion about who we hire to do probably our most important task before us, which is to hire a new superintendent. So this is forever tabled, I swear. I've never tabled something so much. Any other business before us on unfinished business? So that could bring us to, you're on, Frank.
Okay. So I know you all have the electronic version of the document, but for those of you that would like to take notes and look at the paper version, knowing that it's the first draft of probably several. Thank you. I did make some copies, but I hope that we use the web version, when we can, because obviously it's a lot of resources to reproduce.
Just as while they're passing out, is it last year when we got to the end of the process and we put all the budgets together, you had one that was printed in newsprint? And remember the last of the budgets was done in newsprint?
Oh, yeah.
Since we're gonna have drafts of, hundreds of pages, is it possible to do them in newsprint as well, or does that have to go to?
That goes out to print.
Yeah, so you can't just do it for
Right.
the next week, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
But we will post this draft to the website after this meeting. So I'll give you an overview, and I'm glad to see we have our principals here, Lyle, of course, to provide a lot more background on our programs and our proposals. But if I could also pass around a summary document.
Frank, did you say it was on the website?
It will be tomorrow, yeah. So, we have that single page summary document. So, just some of the highlights of the financial metrics in this proposal. And when you flip to the last page of the full document, 52,100,000 is the proposal, up 1.8 million, or 3.6%. I've organized in that single sheet that I just handed out, sort of the primary changes, the largest changes that account for almost all of that increase. And as you know, with budgets, there's pluses and minuses, so it's not like, that's a straight analysis. But there you have the four most significant increases listed there. Change in health insurance, VHI gave us 13%, approximately 13% rate increase effective in July. We have, we're primarily people business, people or organization. So when we add in our assumption for salary changes and all full employment based on the proposed budgets, That attributes $525,000 as a change between the current budget and the proposed. That $525,000 includes for a net of 4 new positions, 4.6 new positions. And then we talked about earlier that significant increase in special education assessment is in this budget. And then last year the high school went to Provision 2 for the child nutrition program. We talked about that also at the supervisory union and maybe a little bit at this meeting, but we knew that there would be a significant increase in essentially making up for the paid meals that occur if you're not in a Provision 2 program. The high school doesn't qualify for the community eligibility program that Brattleboro Town schools have qualified for based on a poverty measure. And that's why when Brattleboro Town went to the community eligibility provision, there was really no significant increase in cost because the federal subsidy paid for those paid meals. But none of our other school sites qualify for that status, and therefore when we go to Provision 2, which is this food at no charge to the student, there is a cost. So as I mentioned, 1.8 million in total in this early draft, and of that you can see 1.759 are attributed to those four items. A couple of other just general references. Because salary is such a major component, I've just given you a couple more statistics there. Within this $52,100,000 budget, $23,509,000 are salary wages, and that represents a 2.3% change from the current budget that we have. As far as the staffing changes, I can give you a quick highlight of that. Usually that's of significant interest because of we're all built around programs and services to students. So as I mentioned, we're currently at 409 employees for the Wyndham Southeast School District. The proposal is the 413.91. The changes, those are approximately 4 employee changes, and I'm not dealing with all the netting. There's reductions and then there's additions. But at the high school, a half-time foreign language position is proposed for Spanish and French. And a science position, it was shared with the Career Center, is being moved back to full-time, so that's about a 0.7 increase at the high school in science. In Dummerston, guidance position being increased to full-time from 0.8. And also a custodial position, which really is substantially just a wash because it's formally contracted. So you'll see a decrease in contracted service and increase in employment there. In Guilford, proposed increase to a para position at the, I think it was K12, is that right, John?
1-2.
1-2.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, right. Brattleboro area middle school, basically level employment. Oak Grove, basically level employment. Green Street, a position increase at the para-ed level for basically a full position. And the Career Center, essentially a level budget. It's a number of reassignments in the Career Center, but netting out to basically level. So that's approximately 4 positions. I may have listed a couple of maybe an extra half or one, because I didn't share with you a number of reductions that net, as I say, net to 4.63.
Did you say anything about Academy? Maybe I just missed it.
Academy is basically level funded. Sorry, I didn't say anything about that.
And Putney too.
And Putney, no, Putney, there is an increase, as Ian helped us remember, second grade this year was 28 students, and we are actually hired this year over and above what was budgeted for 2 teachers at the second grade level, and that's being sustained probably until they're 8th graders. Her period, yeah. So there's the very kind of high-level overview of what's in here. Capital plan, I am anticipating spending a lot more time on the capital plan proposals between now and a few days before your next draft. The core of the capital plan funding is in this proposal, but I have not refined the financing component of it. So for example, in Academy, there is a substantial assumption in FY20, 230,000, that I've dialed back to 100,000, because what is shaping up is a $1.4 million proposal that we will review with you at the next meeting on that addition renovation project that was authorized to be studied. We have the study now. We'll advance that to you. But when we have a large project like that, where the former district and now the current district does not have a reserve to cover that, then we need to look at a longer term financing option. And I included 100,000 in the Academy capital plan for essentially a reserve for a debt payment, on a 20-year bond. But this is all, depending on what the board, decides is viable. So I believe in all the other districts, except the high school, where there's already a significant reserve we talked about, about 1.6 million. I actually don't have a provision in the high school for the general fund to appropriate capital money to add to that reserve, even though there are, significant expenditures planned. They have been for the last 5 years, and we continue. The theory there is, and this applies to all of our schools, is it seems prudent that we use the legacy reserves up, and then we start funding the SD into the future based on these capital plans that are going to start taking more, definition based on our discussion. Another reason for that is if there's a state law that says if you appropriate money and don't use it within 5 years, then the state will reduce your state aid, essentially penalize you. So it's another reason why we should use our reserves, but not obviously go down to zero with no resource for future expenditures. Let's see, I wanted to talk about that. And then the last thing is the Health Commission has recently had an arbitrator's report. I haven't had a chance to sort of interpret that and compare it to our assumptions in this budget. So that's definitely going to be something I'll bring up at the next draft.
There's a chance that will happen halfway through this budget then, in theory.
Well, the last thing I had understood from the fact finders is that both parties agreed that they would lobby the legislature in January to not do that.
Okay.
But until January legislative session, begins, that is the assumption that it would happen in July. They're very problematic for the HRA administrator entities that have to comply with the IRS and the various rules. So I also have another document I wanted to pass out, but it's more to start talking about a report format and a way to organize information that is either of interest to you or not. So it's a summary document. It would be the standard that the high school used for several years, where they went from that 60 or 70 page report in the annual report that was essentially the equivalent of this 100-page report. And the feedback was nobody reads it, they can't follow the detail of it, it's just kind of overwhelming. So many union schools have gone to a summary report. I have that document here, but it's more intended to be a discussion about format as opposed to, what it means in terms of the numbers. And the reason for that is, we came from a FY20 period where there was a lot of uncertainty about, who were we going to be, how was the SU going to interface with the schools, and so my point is that I think we would want to restate some of the FY20 values so that we can compare apples to apples. The biggest changes are the SU assessments are large numbers. They go into a district-wide group now, and before they went to an individual site. So now you have this mismatch of costs in a district-wide cost center in FY21 with no comparison number in FY20. The comparison number is in all throughout the detail of the report. So if it's okay, I'd hand that format document out and we have that discussion, unless you'd rather, I would rather not have that discussion. Okay.
So just a clarifying question, so this format document, you mean instead of getting this packet?
Both, but typically what union schools do is they put the detail on the website so that anyone that wants to delve into the detail can. But when it comes to publishing an annual report, they typically go with a summary document that helps folks absorb the information a lot easier. It also reduces printing costs, and oftentimes allows programs to be highlighted as opposed to sort of lost in the abyss of a lot of data. So what this 7-page document is, it's still organized by site. So if you look at the very top, right under the header there's a descriptor that says location. That means site, school site. Program we've talked about. I'm going back to this document that I've shared with you now that just drives the whole format of how data is reported for public schools in Vermont. So it's organized first by site, and then within each site it's going to identify programs, meaning regular ed or after-school programs, food service, and special education. And then if you have an athletic or non-athletic program, it's going to identify that. So right on the first page, you see I've highlighted the academy, school, and I just mentioned where those bold lines are. Those are the programs that I just mentioned. 11 is regular education, going down a few lines. After the first bold is 14 is after school programs. 15, you see a little lower, is a program number, food service. 22 is special education, and 92 is non-athletic co-curricular. So every school is organized that. Now, in addition to school and then program, I've not expressed any sort of detail around grade level, because generally, if you're an academy school, it's elementary. So if I added the level, you just have a 15-page report with a bunch of subtotals that don't really mean a whole lot. But at the function level, function is the next sort of sort criteria in the report. Function is what's the purpose of the department? So the 1100 is direct instruction. You can see 2100 is support services for students. So that's typically going to be your nurse and your guidance. 2200 is support service for instruction, which is oftentimes it's primarily the library, but it also includes school improvement. So those conferences and workshops, the 1% money, that kind of thing is in the 2200. 2400 is administration, and at the school level, it used to also have some of the special ed assessment data, and that's why I mean in format, looking at page 1 academy in the 2400, you've got this real mismatch where you got 1.1 million in administrative costs. Well, that used to be at academy assessment for special ed, and now that's not there. I'll show you where that is in a moment. So that's part of what I mean by, if you agree, I would recommend that I restate FY20. Of course, we have to come in with the 50,272,000 that the voters approved, but when we present it, it would be nice to give them apples to apples. Operation and maintenance, 2,600, and then transportation. So you see, each program has those functions. Most of them don't have them to the extent in regular education have. But this format allows you to, at a glance, to take 122 pages and by school site get a sense of what's going toward instruction, what's going toward maybe after-school programs, food service, and so on. And generally, the feedback that we received at the high school for the union meetings over the years was, it was acknowledging that, boy, that 65-page document just didn't mean anything. Couldn't figure out, what all those numbers were really getting at. Where when we went to this format, the Union High School, so there it was the BUHS High School, the BAMS, the Wyndham Regional Career Center, going from 65 pages to this same 7-page report. You would see it in your annual reports if you look back at the BUHS annual report for several years. That has been the norm. The other things we can do with this kind of a shorter report is we could add some graphics, simple pie charts that show proportion going to instruction versus administration or debt or whatever the board might want to emphasize. So that's a suggestion. And then the last thing Sean?
I think it's a really good idea, but one of the things I was sort of thinking about is the, this first sheet that you handed out that shows the increase in health insurance for the whole district very clearly, and that is not quite as clear in this. I mean, you can't pick it out.
Yeah, so that's a good point. To add, what you're talking about is now the object level. So underneath each one of these, I started there. I started with that report, knowing that that's of a lot of interest. So within academy instruction, how much is spent on salaries, how much on health insurance, how much on services. These are the object codes. And that was a 30-page report.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, well, I can produce it, but that 30 pages is still a lot to absorb, and yet we can do subtables. I can easily get that information into a small chart or even a graph, if folks wanted that. But these are the core investments, by what is most recognized, classroom instruction as opposed to, let's say, maintenance on the plant or, after school programs. These are widely recognized, programs that people are generally interested in. The last thing I was going to mention is I did get equalized student preliminary data yesterday, started analyzing it. I've shared it with the principals to essentially verify the integrity of the data. So within a day or two, the state usually only gives us a day or two to get back to them if we see some glaring difference between what we know we have in our school and what they've reported. They do give us both average daily membership, which is actual kids counts, and then they give us okay, here's the poverty factor, here's the English language learner factor, here's the high school factor, and they give us that equalized student. So I've already gotten 3 versions of the data, which is typical. And you may remember, we started with like 2,445 kids last year about this time. I don't know if any of you remember, but we ended up at 2,034, I think. And that's unfortunately where the state says, oh, somebody else is claiming that kid, you can't both have that kid, and they make these adjustments. But the good news is it's not down, because obviously a budget going up with enrollment going down is a serious problem. And we're not in that mode, but we are basically flat. The actual ADM numbers on a preliminary basis, we had for the Wyndham Southeast School District, 2,216 students pre-K through 12, and so 2,216, that compares to 2,219. So we're very stable. And the equalized student number was very similar. It was almost the same number as the prior year. It was slightly up. So too early for me to have had time to do a revenue and a tax impact. I have not seen the base index that is generally proposed by the tax commissioner yet. I don't know if anybody's seen a letter yet. Have you seen one?
I have.
Okay, but that usually comes out around now, and that number is just as important as the equalized student number. Typically that number, you remember, that's that $10,000 number. That's the all-important number that we take our spending and we divide it by to get our tax rate. And what they typically do is they push that number up by the inflation rate. So last year I think it was about 10,800, and if it goes to 11,000, that essentially reduces our cost per student when it comes to calculating the tax rate. So we need that. I expect to see that number this week, and again, I'll bring that kind of data into the discussion for January 8th on that budget discussion. So I think that's the overview. Did I miss anything with our principals? If program development, okay. So.
I had one clarification. I thought you said that Dummerston, this is nitty gritty, but I thought you said Dummerston was going from a 0.8 to a full-time, but it looked like the dollar projections were going down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We expect
because of the salary scale.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I
Yeah.
heard that correctly. Is there any immediate board question? I saw Beth, so I'll go with Beth in a minute. Yeah.
I have 2. So one is about BUHS, the .7 science position. Was this related? I remember last time we talked about the biomedical engineering would be taught at the Career Center. But I don't remember hearing about another science teacher, so is that connected to it? Or?
No, it's the same thing. We're shifting. So when we launched the biomedical strand several years ago, we used BUHS teachers to do it. Career Center's in the process of hiring. They have a teacher who's going to take over teaching some of those courses. So that portion of the FTE will switch from the Career Center line to the high school line. So, you know, it's really, it's a wash financially, but it's just shifting where the salary figure is coming from for the teacher.
So really, none of the 0.7 is about this 4.63 net additional employees. It doesn't really.
Oh, it is in there. Yeah, that is part of an increase at the high school. I mean, in that it's, unless you're talking about you've got a layoff of 0.7 in that department.
No, all we're doing is shifting the sheltered sections from
the career center.
From the career center.
Yeah, so what that means is an increase at the high school, but a decrease at the career center. Yeah, so I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that right, Nancy? Yeah, okay.
And my second question was, this is probably you've talked about it before, but maybe I was a little dense. You said provision 2, and then community eligibility.
Yeah,
so
community eligibility provision is the full CEP, community eligibility provision of the child nutrition program, all part of the USDA program. So that's the base provision, community eligibility provision, they call it CEP. That's, if you can qualify for that, then community is really, walking away from a tremendous resource for kids and families, if they don't access that program. So we accessed that program, Brattleboro Town, 4 years ago. And it essentially pays 80% of the cost of all meals. And so Brattleboro Town, before the merger, was contributing about a little less than $50,000 a year for their 700 kids to eat, which is amazing. But because the subsidy is so high, and that's based on the high poverty ratios. But at the high school, the concern was that families in Brattleboro Town, which are the majority of families at the high school in terms of population, were accustomed to not filling out the qualifying documentation and Steve can't make people fill those applications out. That's not the way it works. So there was a gradual decline in the subsidy that the high school was getting, and that would we think would have continued. That is what's happened in other communities where the population is just not accustomed to qualifying themselves for these supports. So the Agency of Ed recommended strongly, based on what they had seen around the state, that we consider provision 2, knowing that our costs were going to go up anyways, or another way to say it, we were going to get a lower and lower subsidy. So we did pursue that. The state was relatively new to this fixed price per meal contract, and they overestimated the funding that we would have retained for the a la carte sales, which we thought would have brought that subsidy down a little bit more than where it is at, but that's all part of just learning how to work with the USDA program and the dynamics of students making choices about the meals they access.
So provision 2, which we applied for last year, is only at the high school.
That's right. It's
okay,
a 4-year program.
CEP is only at Brattleboro Town and covers 80%. So what is the...
Oh, it covers 100% of our population. So all kids eat free.
80% of the cost.
About 80% of the cost per meal. Yep.
What does provision 2 cover? I guess it would be...
It's the same concept from a student's point of view. There's no charge at the register for any student for the lunch.
And the charge for us, though? Sorry, no last
Yeah.
question.
Adults, yes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Adults? What?
No, you finished your questions on.
My question was just, so if the Brattleboro Town's 80%, I don't know where to find it in this big document, but what is provision two cover for the high school? Meaning, is it like 50%?
Oh, I see, yeah, good question. It's, you need to go to the SU budget to understand that, but the SU budget is, I think it's about $525,000 for the full BUHS program. And the subsidy that the high school is providing is going, now it's not the high school, it's the SD, is going to be closer to 40% of that cost, and it could be as much as 50%. But I think the feedback has been, what I've heard is very positive in terms of the impact on student learning and satisfaction with
Sales are, student use is up significantly from when we started it. Another issue that we had is we would have students who would get into a lot of conflict because they would run up a student debt, and we would carry a debt of hundreds and hundreds of dollars for 4 years on a student. There's no way a family, who's in poverty can pay that debt. So,
big benefit, for the students.
The preliminary number that I have here is 10,000, for the homestead yield is 10,883.
That's about the same, so.
10,648 is what they're saying last year was, so not
great.
no, not what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
I was hoping for 12. I like the people that understand the education funding formula that found that humorous. Thank you. And then, and the non-homestead property rate's gone up to $1.65, so they're pushing a lot onto that. So.
Yeah. Mm.
Yes, David.
Well, other board members have questions? Because I have 4 or 5, so I don't want to take.
Go for it.
Okay. This is obviously the major highlights is really helpful, and the explanation is even better. Could we get something like this for reductions as well for areas, if there are significant places where we've had reductions? So that
sure.
Great. So that's one. Second is we had the other night well, I wasn't there, but we approved an SU budget that had a $2 million increase in the special ed budget, and is there revenue or offsetting and reimbursed funds so that our increase on that is only 382,000? Is that?
That is correct, and that's part of what I want to make more apparent in these reports. Okay. So I restate the prior year so that you can easily see that. If I could just take a moment, if we go to this 7-page document and we go to this district-wide group, so it's on page 6, and then it rolls into page 7. Yeah, it starts on, it's the group 3096, and it's called district-wide. On top of page 7, this illustrates your question, David, and it will help us really be much more clear on the impact of this change. But 1, 2, 3, the third line down, there's a direct instruction with 86 and an $86,000 figure, and then the 2,300 is the administrative assessment, and then there's the big number that you're asking about. You see, we didn't organize the FY20 budget around an SD, so it's got no money there. That money is all over the place. And then, but here's the new number, $3,512,000. And what I propose to do for you on the next meeting is move all of the relevant numbers that's comparable to $3,512,000 to that spot, and then it answers those kinds of questions. Yeah.
Good. I thought that somehow you found $2 million to reduce from all the programs or something. Good. For the new construction of the academy, my recollection, and again, this has been going on for a couple of years, was that was initially we needed additional space for small group meetings and counseling, things like that. And then the idea of having it pre-K was added. So I think I think we need to kind of get a presentation, sort of soup to nuts, and actually Kelly and John were gonna do that when we were at Academy, but it was a long meeting, so we didn't quite get to that, so.
Yeah.
Rather than just bring us I'd like to hear that part as well as
I was
the
thinking
engineering
that
study.
we should schedule that, we did want to bring that up for the agenda on January 8th, that the Stevens and Associates have prepared a feasibility study. They're happy to present it to the board, and I think it would be very informative. It is the single largest project, aside from field improvements that we've talked about that are, we don't have a definitive timeline on that, but this is the next largest project, and I think it would be great to have it on the agenda for a discussion, get a good sense. It's no longer a pre-K accommodation. It's primarily, that modular building that's sort of falling apart. It's properly accommodating the instructional intervention that's happening in the main building, and then also renovating the.
And getting it piecemeal, so that's something else I have to try to remember as opposed to getting a coherent proposal. Thanks. The next one was the use of the legacy reserve. Not having money in the bank always makes me really nervous. How can we use that other than just as revenue in a given year? Are there other ways that we can't put that into capital, we can't use it to pay down debt or anything like that?
So the capital funds are clearly restricted for capital purposes, and those are really, the auditors are at the very tail end of producing those reports, and I'll share those with everyone as soon as I have them. I have the values, though. I know, obviously, we can share those anytime, but the general reserve you're talking about. So I know the Brattleboro Union High School has a general reserve for education, significant, and then the Brattleboro Town had a general reserve. None of the other districts have that. Yeah, we need to talk about that. That one is it's sort of a, whatever the word is, oxymoron or something. It's being called a reserve, but it has no designation. So I don't know what that means.
I don't either. When we tried to figure out how to spend it last year, it got even more complex and confusing. And I know that's when I found out about the 5-year limit, and I was thinking, wow, I don't know about that.
So we probably should have the AOE I can make a proposal on behalf of the board and say, do you have any concerns about us implementing this plan? And then if they say good to go, we know what we're doing. It's very clear with the existing reserves that we have at Brattleboro Town, Legacy, Brattleboro High School, Putney had a reserve, Guilford had a reserve. Very clear that we need to spend those on building projects. We got all kinds of building projects that are way more than those reserves. That general reserve, I don't know the answer to that question.
Great. And then the summary report. This is obviously really convenient. We had this conversation last year at town meeting, and the representative town meeting said they wanted to continue to get the full one, but if it's available, that's fine. This is really greatly simplified. The problem with this is we won't be able to get any actuals over previous years, or can you actually
That's a common problem with the first year of operation. The entity didn't exist, so there really is no actual, and then you might say, well, so what? Let's go back into the old systems and sort of approximate. Well, the problem with that is they're in a different code. The state changed the codes, so I wanted to bring that forward, but it's really the best I could do with that is as we close our audits, I will have all those financial statements, and as I have done in many instances, I've gone back to the prior fiscal year actual in a different accounting system, in a different code, and I said, what did we spend in oil well, we don't spend money on oil anymore. I guess maybe Dummerston. You know, and is it reasonable in terms of a budget for the future? And I've done a lot of that. I'm sure that's of interest to the board as well. So I can have those statements available that you can go in and you can make those references, but it's, this will be the 1 year that we don't have a prior year actual. Next year we will.
But we have this year. I would suggest that for next year we have this again. Well, we will.
Yeah.
But so we've got it. We can still look back and compare.
Yeah.
So that's it for the questions. Then I had a couple of additions. One is that the budget so far doesn't seem to reflect any awareness of the concern of the community around the climate crisis. And the Climate Crisis Task Force has been looking at how and where students engage in climate science, as well as advocacy and research skills, and trying to identify those places. And we're doing a pretty good job, particularly in the middle and high school. In the elementary schools, the next gen, I believe it's the Next Generation Science Standards, which is a recent document that provides a really good template for the underlying science that students need to understand climate issues. And it seems that we need to, at least I've come to believe that we need to develop more content at the elementary level that can be integrated into the literacy and math programs, science content. And we found out at our last meeting about inquiry units that are actually ready-to-go units with online support and currently available that we could pretty much immediately, well, not immediately because people have to understand what they're doing and prepare, but that we could pretty quickly integrate into those areas and get some of this basic science learning underway. So I would like to ask the principals to go back to the elementary teachers and working with Paul Smith, who has knowledge about and may have something to say here too, has knowledge about these things, and see if we can integrate a meaningful number of these units and then add that to the budget so that can get underway really quickly, rather than to have to wait a year and come up with a proposal. So typically I want a ready, fire, aim, and another operation, but this really is, well, it's a crisis. And we've heard a lot about it, and I think having it directly reflected in the budget, I think would be a really good idea. And the other one is the restorative justice people came to our last meeting and talked about the need for a coordinator for those programs for them to be able to grow and have more of an effect. So I'd like to also ask you to look at a way that we can, and obviously, I mean, if not adding staff, changing somebody or changing things around or adding a partial position or something, look at, work with them and see how we can meet that need and get a coordinator in place for next year as well. So those programs can continue to grow. I think that's going to be really important for in the future in terms of improving the climate in the buildings and helping them with a lot of the behavior issues. So those are the two places I'd like to see some additions.
I want to just go back. So the proposed addition to the academy school, that would not include increasing pre-K spots within Brattleboro?
Yeah, initially that was considered, but it's the size of the facility there, the constraints with the playground. There's water on the one side. You know, they've got the Route 9 on on a perimeter. So yeah, it was a site constraint. There was some discussion about maybe going to the second story, and that was another high cost issue.
Hold on, Mary, because we have discussed this at the Brattleboro town level. So.
Go ahead, I'd love to hear from Mary.
At the Brattleboro town level, I'm looking at adding some more pre-K spots at the Oak Grove site, which would help grow the district level if possible. It would mean some work in a classroom that we'd have to convert to a pre-K approved classroom, but I do have space that I could turn into pre-K to add an additional pre-K.
Do you have an estimate on how many students you might be considering?
We could take 15 per classroom.
And so you'd be looking at 1 or 2?
Currently, Oak Grove has one classroom that is full with 15 students. So I'd be looking to add another pre-K classroom to take another 15, and we do half Head Start and half community.
Question that, are you thinking about another combined early ed and Head Start program and public program?
Ideally, yeah, I think it's been a really great opportunity for our students coming from Head Start to, and I think Deb's here, hi Deb, and we actually met recently about this. This is like really early. I just have had some ideas. I've talked to Lila a little bit about this, and I talked to you, Deb, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So very early stages, but I think of the 3 Brattleboro town sites, Oak Grove has the space, and with some adjustments, we could make a classroom work. I'll pass it over to Deb.
So all of that is very true, and our classroom is wonderful, and hopefully we can showcase that. It will be important for us to look at the community needs before we add any more capacity. We don't want to put existing preschool program providers out of business, and so it is a kind of a delicate step, and as Mary said, we're having some preliminary conversations about it, and Janice Stockton was actually involved in that same conversation, and we really want to reach out to the community to make sure that there is a need for expansion rather than putting someone out of business.
Can I say one more thing? So also, because we are a consolidated district, I had some thoughts, and I don't know if this is possible, but I know some of our other towns have very long waiting lists, and some of those families might work in Brattleboro. So if that could be opened up to Brattleboro plus the other town sites plus Head Start, that may be an ideal situation, which would not take spots away from the private pre-Ks that already exist in Brattleboro. I have not talked to the other principals about that, but it's an opportunity. So really thinking creatively there, and hopefully we can all work together, because I know, Guilford, you always have a very long list, right? Yeah. So it's an opportunity, but very early stages, hopefully can do some work on that.
I just want to say, from the equity standpoint, the outlying towns have quite a benefit for families that Brattleboro does not provide right now, and that is that the people who win the pre-K lottery get what is something like an $8,000 or $9,000 benefit for having
Correct.
full day in-house pre-K, whereas I think there are 8 families in Brattleboro that get that lottery when there's about 100 students per grade in Brattleboro. So I think the board needs to consider so opening it up to more towns, more students in outlying areas and I understand your dance, there's a lot of dances we have to consider here, but when we look at programmatic equity, pre-K is a big one, and this is a huge benefit that is, there's 20 spots in Putney, 20 in Guilford, 10 maybe moving up to 15 in Dummerston, and our largest town has 8. Now there's a $3,000 subsidy, but there's a big gap between that $3,000, $3,100, $3,200 subsidy and something that's about $8,000 in value. So there's other programs Brattleboro does have, and I think we need to look at what the value is for families in the towns, maybe from a maybe there's a math problem to solve this, in that Brattleboro may have other programs that they provide families because they don't have the space for pre-K and because there are existing issues. Or maybe we have to think differently about how we start compensating for pre-K. But this is one that keeps me awake at night as these programs are expanding and the small town people have that advantage which it's a big expense, it's a big line item,
We,
so.
you do also have Head Start slots in Brattleboro.
That's true.
That are all free and full day
Right.
and year round. They're not, I mean, the classroom that we have at Oak Grove is school year, but the rest of your classrooms in Brattleboro are year round, and that's free for families, so don't forget that.
Oh, I think, I sort of want to take that out of it because those children qualifying for Head Start, those are needs that we really have to invest in, and I appreciate all you do in that area, but when I look at just, you know, regular families that are getting this great benefit, which is, I remember paying those bills, Paul, Julianne, for preschool, and, you know, the $3,000 subsidy has been a really big help to families with young children. It's really good for children, it's really good for the schools. I just want to make sure that we're thinking equitably about it and that the people of Brattleboro are getting an equitable situation all around. So as we think about this dance, there's a piece that I'm looking over at programmatic equity people, thinking there must be a math problem. You guys are mathy-ish people, so.
Maybe one other point about that is looking at enrollment data. You know, we're pretty close to 150 students per grade level in the SD, and then when you think about pre-K, you know, it could be 3 and 4, you know, a combination of. So it's always it's quite variable over time. I've seen the pre-K, but Deb was curious how many Head Start kids in the 3 and 4 year group that you serve?
In Brattleboro?
Yeah.
Because we also serve Westminster.
Yeah.
In Brattleboro, we have 36 Head Start
Okay.
students right now.
Yeah. So, you know, when you think about that in terms of a 150 student class size, and then, in total, when you look at, as you said, the proportion of Putney, Dummerston, Guilford versus 30 plus, what is it, 20?
Plus 8 that we have in Oak Grove, so actually we have
Yeah.
42.
Yeah, so there's your proportion, and it's 40 out of 700 versus, as you pointed out, 60 out of 500 or 400. Yeah, that's a pretty significant disparity.
Any other board initial questions, thoughts?
Just had a clarifying question about the capital plan. So I had seen Brattleboro's before in the high schools, but I don't know that I ever saw everybody else's capital plans. So now that we're all together, we're going to be looking at that in early January?
Yeah.
Is that the case? Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
The annual meeting, June 25th, we did hand out a capital plan document that had all entities there. The formats were a little different, and now what you'll see is the document format will be the same for all the sites, and that'll be easier.
So what would be, the capital plan is a projection for the next 10 years of
5
when?
years, yeah.
5 years.
Yeah, with a little bit of history.
Okay.
Generally, it shows major assets that we know have a useful life. It identifies the year that major asset was installed. It projects, like a boiler, if it's 35 years, it has a date that says we need to be planning to replace it on that date. And then in between, could be 20 or 50 years, we're just looking at a 5-year, okay, what should we be, allocating in our general fund to have available in a capital reserve to pay for these projects.
Throw it out to any questions from our esteemed audience.
I just had a
You
follow-up.
just state your name, sorry.
Sorry, Beth Bristol from Guilford. I had a follow-up to the question about the Universal Meals Program. Is the eligibility for that program at the community level? Because I was under the impression that when we unified, that the eligibility would be under the district level.
Yeah, well, that was something that took a while to get clarified, but it is at the school site level. Yeah, so that's why Brattleboro schools retain that that subsidy, and others do not.
Any other? Jody?
Jody Normando, Dummerston. I haven't been doing that. You haven't caught me. There are two other sheets, things that you've passed out here. Number one, do you have extra copies, or number two, will they be on the website?
The single sheet is a summary. I do have an extra copy if you'd like. And the other one I wouldn't recommend. I'll give you both of them, but I wouldn't recommend the other one just because it will be very confusing if you're not in the room or you're not watching the film. But on the other hand, that if that's just the nature of budget development, that's okay with me. It's just, as I said, I wanted to get the board's okay to restate the prior year before I did it. And this document, you see these really large areas of disparity because we were a different entity when we created the FY20 budget. So there's a lot of apples and oranges in there. In total, it's comparable, 50 million versus the 52 million.
I can watch the video and follow what it is. My other question is a question. You said that we had like 409 or 413.91 employees.
Mm-hmm.
Is that everybody? Teachers, administrators, paras, that's the whole bit?
Wyndham Southeast School District, yeah.
Do you break it down as far as teachers, paras, and administrators?
We can, yeah. I haven't assimilated that data right now, but yeah, we certainly can do that.
And then, have there been any administrators? You've talked about number of teachers. Have there been any admins added to this process since we've merged?
No admins.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That reminds me, I also expect next meeting we'll have a student-teacher ratio analysis to share as well. We tried to get it tonight, and it was too much of a rough draft.
Just got the student number today. That's all.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Tim.
Hi. Tim Maysdale, Brattleboro. Been hiding behind the camera here. I have a question I've been wanting to ask the school board for a long time. Vermont, after New Jersey, Washington, D.C., Connecticut, Massachusetts, we ranked number 5 in per pupil expenditures. The 2017 census had us at spending $18,300 per year per student. My question is, how does our district do compared to the statewide average of $18,003? Second, is that a fair metric to use in looking at the how well we're spending our educational dollars? And I'll leave it at that.
I'll take the second question first. I have some thoughts about that. When you're comparing schools in Massachusetts to schools in Vermont, I want to somewhat equate it to plowing the road. The per cost per plowing my road in Dummerston per house is very high because you can go a quarter mile before you see the next house, but the road still gets plowed. And it's similar, a lot of the expenses that we have here are because we have rural schools. And so the option might be to put children on a school bus for an hour and a half and have a central large school. I grew up, my town had 6 elementary schools, each operating 3, well, this was back in the baby boomer days, but I mean, there was one principal, there was one superintendent, so those costs are spread out over a larger number because they're concentrated pockets of people. We're a rural community, we don't have those. We also have a lot of challenges with poverty in our area, so I think you have to really compare apples to apples when you're considering what we're subsidizing a food program, things like that. It's, it's important things that we do, it's important work that we're doing, and students need to eat or they can't learn. So there are some challenges that places like the average community in New Jersey probably isn't dealing with. I know there's poverty in New Jersey, I know there's poverty in Massachusetts, but when you look at the poverty level in Vermont versus some of these other states we're compared to, it's quite different. So, how we compare, Frank, how would you?
Well, it'll be interesting to see, now that we've gone, the state is 2/3 gone through this governance reform structure change. So I don't know if there's much data out there yet on that. I'm sure there will be at the end of this budget cycle, because so many entities are either completing their first year or presenting, as we are, our first budget. But the legacy systems before the merge, as you said, when you account for poverty and you account for where we are in the debt cycle, meaning BUHS primarily having the largest debt in the state in 2003, when you factor those two elements in, we're very much in the middle. If you just look at cost per student numbers on a list, we're in the upper third of the state, and when you look at a cost per student. But when you factor in, where we are with those issues, and keep in mind, 2024, we will see a $2 million reduction in our debt service. Will look a lot like the typical district. But that being said, when a bond terminates, we all know it's paying for something that was intended to last 20 years, and you're not going to have to rebuild the foundation, but you are going to have to rebuild the parking lot and the roof and the HVAC systems, and so there will be very large capital costs, but I see a pretty smooth transition through that because boards have been very good about committing to sustaining good learning environments.
Did you want to add to the party, David?
No, you covered it pretty well.
I think also Vermont has some great results too, which is when you compare at a national level, Vermont results for students are quite good overall, and our results in the WSESD are quite good overall. So you're getting good value for your money, and that's also something to consider. We could spend a lot less and not have our students perform as well. So on the measures, did you want to say something, Paul?
Sure, no, just agreeing with what you said. If you look at the National Assessment of Educational Progress, the NAEP, that our schools are volunteered to do on a yearly basis, they almost consistently for several years, the results have been Massachusetts at sort of at the top, and then a second tier that includes a number of states that you mentioned, Vermont, New Jersey, South Dakota, a couple of others, at that second tier. So if you want to, and it's a caveat, if you want to measure best value for dollar by that measure, which is a measure of mathematics and reading proficiency, then yeah, Vermont scores right up there and comparable to a couple of the states that you mentioned, certainly above Washington, D.C., some others that you also mentioned.
Thank you. Our area, we provide a lot of social services within our schools, especially the Brattleboro schools, because the community is not able to, whereas if you're in a larger metropolitan area, there are more community service opportunities.
Very true. And
Ruby Matthew Putney. So I appreciate all the work you guys are putting into this in this first time through as a merged district. I feel like I haven't seen the support documents that I hope will be put on the web, but my sense from looking through the SD and the SU budgets is I feel like it's really important that there is consistency across the codes that are used and the ways that we talk about things. And so I'm not going to go into the minutiae of it because I can bother her with all of the Putney related things that I have questions about. But my own particular concerns have to do with aftercare, after bell programming, food services, and summer programming. And I don't see an easy way in the budget to navigate from an equity perspective, which I really appreciate the equity committee applying themselves to this across all of our district. And I think that having that just consistency across our whole district in the way we talk about things. So it's not, is it co-curricular, or is it extracurricular? Is it after school? Is it after care? Like, what is it? And so that's just my kind of plea to, over time, try to get to that point where, yes, you always are going to have the 2-pager resource document to help you navigate the 75-pager. But if the 75-pager has consistency that has to do with how people enter stuff into a computer, that'd be great. And I feel like one of the reasons that this is, I feel fairly passionate about this is that as I mentioned before, in Putney, our food service program is really important to our values. And I know from speaking to Steve Head, who's our food service coordinator, and just, understanding it's difficult because it is such a, it's like just this weirdo program compared to all the other ones. When you look at it on paper, it seems like there's a missing piece of what we have income that's different than everyone else's. And it doesn't seem to be reflected to me. And that's my understanding. And I would love it to be reflected so that there's a real, that whole apples to apples thing can happen, if you look just at our food services. So that just is, so it's not really a question, it's just more of a statement of, over time, it'd be wonderful to see an easier way to navigate the numbers on this large budget so that we can think more about equity, not in order to change stuff, in order to understand the value statements of each of our communities so that we can have a better kind of spread of what do we have and what could we do better and how could we improve ourselves.
That particular number is gettable, so I'll walk you through that at some point when you have the 134-page document in front of you and you're comparing food services because it goes up through the SU. So I figured that out the other day. Yeah, I think that's what I will echo what you're saying. I think that we have to figure out some equitable way for that during the day kids get the supports they need and so that they're all moving along in academic excellence. And then I think when we're considering, I don't want to call them extras, but after school programs, food programs, and we're looking at those things, we have to figure out a way that those programs reflect community values at the school level, but that the money is somehow equitably distributed with an eye to poverty and special needs and extra needs that may be in some districts. And so how we get to that point, that's a big job. But I think the dollars are somewhat quantifiable and the students that are there are somewhat quantifiable. So I worked on it today, just like a guesstimate of what we might be able to do and just think about, and I don't think it's a case where everybody can have every program everybody currently has because we're at the cap. So I just want to say that at the get-go that would blow us out of the water. And so it may be that different communities in the future have to decide, okay, this program is really important to us and maybe we're not going to grow this other program, whereas a different school may make a different decision. And some of it has to do with, it comes down to money. So some of that's going to have to be how the money gets spent. I think it's doable.
We also want to protect the different schools have different different things going on that reflect their community for their investments over time or interests over time.
Wow, so can we move along from the first pass through and go back to the tabled items, which I know people are interested in going back to? I'll take that as a yes, hearing a ruffling of papers. Thank you, Frank, and thank you for getting it to us on Saturday.
Okay.
I actually had a chance to go through it. So I had tabled item A and B under unfinished business, just to make sure we had a full board here. There had been some concern and some emails sent to the board that the contract with Gale Associates was perhaps, I don't want to paraphrase too much, was perhaps not the best fit in the minds of the letter writers and people on the board. So there was a discussion about a potential motion to revote that. But I don't know if the contract has been signed at this point.
I've asked Steve to be able to speak to that.
Okay.
So we have signed the contract. We have scheduled a meeting with Gail for January. So we're ready to execute the contract.
I do want to remind you that we are looking at usage, not services, if that makes a difference.
But I think surfaces will be reflected in the use, you know, I mean, they're kind of linked.
The proposal addressed, specifically addressed artificial turf as well, so that would be part of what they were researching, and that certainly wasn't what we asked for, but that was in the proposal.
What was in that proposal was to take a look at all the real estate that we own, evaluate the use based on things like roster size, facilities available, and what we would see as ideal use, and then to come up with a proposal. And it does not specifically say that we would do turf or natural, it's just their first pass at giving us a visioning tool that we can look at and say, okay, this is what this company thinks we can do. This is, they think that, like for example, this is what they think the feasibility is for putting lights up on Sawyer Field. And that's the scope of what we were asked to provide and get from Gale, and that's what we did. So I guess I would recommend that we've signed a contract, we've set up a meeting. My recommendation would be that we follow through on that process, and then if we don't like that, if we don't like the answer they give us, then we just say thank you, no. And we have a lot of good data.
So I guess I'm looking to hear if there is a motion to revoke that, but the contract's been signed, so I don't quite know where we would stand on that now. I even brought my Robert's rules. Hearing no vote.
Are you taking comments at all?
There's no motion on the table, but since it's an agenda item, because we got through that budget by 8 o'clock, I'm in a good mood. So yes, Jody Normando.
Jody Normando from Dummerston. I researched Gale Associates, and I was very, very concerned because everything on their website was artificial turf.
One field.
Yeah, and it was just very, very heavy on artificial turf. And I do have concerns with even asking somebody like this to research it, because you know darn well they're going to come up with artificial turf. And I don't think that's what the community would like. So I just pass that on.
Yes, Liz.
Liz Adams Putney. When I looked on the web, there's quite a number of companies in New England that do this kind of work. And looking at those, there are, they go through, there's a whole span of them. And Gale is at the very top end of, we love artificial turf. And then you've got the other end of, we only do natural turf. So it would have made more sense to me to go with somebody in the middle. And I'm really disappointed that that's who they chose, because we know the preference of the athletic director is artificial turf.
I went a little step further.
Can you state your
Marilyn
name?
Chiarello,
Thank you,
Brattleboro.
And I contacted Gail and I spoke to John Perry, who's at the head of the Department for Athletic Facilities. And I inquired about the kind, when they do recommend grass or use grass or have an installation with grass, what is the maintenance? And he knew nothing about organics. And I know organics is not very well known, and especially in terms of the benefits and the ability for it to be able to withstand usage, the kind of usage that it would be getting here. But that he wasn't even aware of it and had no knowledge of it really concerned me. I think since the contract is signed and I don't know what's going to happen with that, I really believe it, and I urge you to consider having a consultant who is well-versed in organic management.
To Mayfield Brattleboro, it's important to get our terms right here. Very often the conversation is about synthetic turf versus natural grass. The solutions, in my mind, after all I've researched, is that the solution is organically managed natural grass. There's a big difference there between natural grass. Natural grass is the status quo, and nobody in this room, I think, wants the status quo. We want roots there 4 times longer than just plain natural grass. We have a mountain of compost sitting in Brattleboro that we could use for this, for the health and safety of students, for the environment, for fiscal responsibility. Organically managed natural grass has got to be something that we explore. And Gail is not at all suited to give us any advisement on organically managed natural grass. We know that. And I would think that the high school would appreciate what Gail is not an expert in. They are not an expert in organically managed natural grass. If that's a viable solution, which I think most of the town agrees on, then let's get some experts to give us the feasibility and the costs and what we need for organically managed natural grass. And my colleague here is, I would say, is one of the experts in that, in at least soil management.
Yeah, soil maybe, yeah.
You already spoken to this, Jody? So is there anybody else that wants to speak to this? I will give you 1 minute follow-up.
Okay. You're saying that they're going to meet in January. I mean, I'm concerned about who's going to meet. I would encourage the board, if you go through with this, that you have a group of people meet with the administration and the AD so that you have different opinions looking at Gail or whoever you're looking at.
So with that, I'll move on to point B.
Oh, point B?
Can I ask a quick question first?
Yes, sure.
I'm not sure.
Oh, I hadn't even read that. Okay, sorry about
Sorry.
that.
I was never clear on this. The funding for the study, would that come out of the capital reserve fund, or is that from different funds?
Out of the cap.
Is there any way to cancel it?
So, one of the other thoughts I had, because our community's interests and what the voters may support may be slightly different than what Gail has experienced in the past, was thinking about, and also to take it a little bit off the board here. Yes, I saw a lot of nodding there, is to create a committee, maybe with some board members, some citizens that have researched this, who, on both sides of the debate, that would work with administration and Gail to hear what's going on and report back to the board. Because I think if we go through this process and questions haven't been answered during the process, we will be back just where we are when that report comes back. And so I don't think the board has the bandwidth with everything we have going on in the next 3 months to take this on. So that was one way I thought maybe, because with the superintendent search, getting public input has been valuable. And I think including the public in the process in some way is is a good thing to do if we want them to embrace the product, the final product.
Yeah, somebody had, I can't remember, somebody had recommended a stakeholder group that we be formed to meet with Gail and the administration and develop that. But I think a question that we need to decide ahead of time is really kind of what Tim and Marilyn just referred to, is what we're saying is, are we saying we want organically managed natural turf solutions to our athletic field needs? Is that the consensus of the board? Is that what we want? Because we can say that to Gail and say, you know, you may not be good at this, maybe you don't want to go through with this, but that's what we're looking for. And here's a stakeholder group that's going to work with you. But we need to decide, is that what we want? We never were really explicit. We talked about wanting a natural solution, and then we made the motion went through. And that's kind of what we expected, and then the information about Gail's expertise. I mean, I don't look, you know, go and research and see what, you know, every recommendation comes to the administration. I pretty much take it at face value, but there was quite a bit of concern about this one. So I think we need to just clarify, do we want naturally managed, organically managed natural turf solutions to our athletic fields?
Sean?
One of the things that I would be concerned about that is brought up before, the high school career for a high school athlete seems like a long time. It's only 4 years. So one of the questions that I've raised before is if we went with a organically, you know, the bed of organic grass on Natowich Field, how long, what is the time span between being able to play on it, the way we did this fall, and when would it be ready to play again? And if you're talking 18 months, 24 months, that would mean that there'd be a large block of athletes that wouldn't be able to play at the high school. So that is a considerable concern to me, and I don't really have the answer on the timeline. So it's one thing that is always, I brought it up before, you can't all of a sudden just have no playing facility due to the fact that a high school career is 4 years long. So anyway, that's
well, in a similar thing, developing child's body, 4 years is a very big time, so something that can affect their health and possibly injuries is also multiplied. So if we're dealing with possibly less time on an athletic field, you know, that's a negative, but increased exposure to chemicals, more possibility of serious injury, that's also multiplied. So.
Yes, David.
Yeah, it's always dangerous to assume things, but I assume that Sean's question would be answered. You know, what is it going to take what would it take to do this? What are compromises, what advantages, what are we going to have to do? Are we going to have to find alternative fields while, you know, if it takes as long as Sean said? We don't know the answers to that question, so doing or not doing something based on what we don't know is probably not advisable.
Yes, John.
The reason I asked that question again tonight is because I've asked it before, and I've talked with the administration, and it is definitely a consideration. I know that the administration has thought about having availability for the current student athletes is a big consideration.
Emily.
So I guess in my mind, going forward with this study, if it was organically managed natural turf, would give us another option, because we already have the option of the artificial turf. We already know, essentially, we could have voted to go forward with that instantly. So I would hate to see a situation where we spent all this money and got back an artificial turf option that we already knew about. So I guess to Sean's, or kind of speaking to Sean's concern, we don't know the timelines of the natural turf, but if we don't understand the timelines of the natural turf through this study, then what did we do? We did nothing, right?
Steve wants to.
I don't get too far afield of the agenda item. But I guess, yeah, that's good. Glad somebody got that. But I guess I come back to the idea of what the original impetus of this was. And it was to look at how we're using our fields. How is soccer using our field? How is baseball using our field? And in my mind, the thing that's important is to look at that usage and look at the dynamic. So as we're looking at facilities, where are our bathrooms located? Are our bathrooms located where the students, where the programs with the most students have easy access? Or are we asking some of our students that are in well-subscribed programs to walk further? Are we providing, like, one of our Sawyer field has a changing room, the other field doesn't? So as I look at that, it's not, in my mind, this isn't about what's the surface they're playing on. In my mind, this study is about telling us how can we better use the space in the fall and in the spring to maximize for our athletes. Because we know, we've heard ad nauseum about people's opinions on different surfaces. That's fine. That's not what this is about. This is about how do we make sure, and is there a way that we can make sure that we don't have the smallest soccer field in the state? Is there a way we can have a field hockey field that can support a playoff game, regardless of the surface? And what we really need are fresh eyes, and that's what Gail can do, to come in and look at how we're using our real estate and where are we putting our players. And I guess that's, as I go back, I'm a little frustrated because in my mind, when I proposed this field study, it was with that lens, not with a lens of comparing surfaces. And I don't want to, there's time to go down that path again later. But in my mind, the lens we should be looking at is how are we optimizing our use for our athletes for the various programs. That make sense?
With one little caveat though, because if the organically managed field, which is what the Turi study says, if that allows for 2 times the play of typical unnatural grass, let's say, not artificial turf, but then that would affect Gale Associates' results pretty dramatically. And so, because Natowich now is used like not at all practically in the fall. So if we switch to organic, and there's enough data to support, well, wait a minute, you could use it this way, and Gail isn't familiar with that, I think that would be a real loss of this study, that they're not going to have a fair multiplier factor for field use. So I think,
Or we say, this is what we want you to look at, and we ask them to do it. I mean, we say.
Professional organization.
I mean, they're a company that's working for us in this at this point, so let's ask them to do that. I guess I'm frustrated because I don't, we've taken a vote, we've passed this, we've set up a meeting, we're ready to go. So let's get some data.
I'm going to hear from the board, and then guess what? We're talking about turf. People want to weigh in.
I'm surprised to hear that the bathrooms part. I think that this entire conversation has been about whether the surface is going to be. And I can't find the motion to pull it up, but I'm pretty sure it said exploring how to use our surfaces to meet the identified needs. And the identified needs were longer season, more practice time, better field, all the things that Steve mentioned. It was always about the surfaces. So it doesn't sound like we're talking about the same thing. Every conversation on this topic with this board and with the public has dealt with the surfaces, not those other facilities. Those they are important, and we have to look at those, but it's how are we using these surfaces and how can we use them and get some of the, answer some of the shortcomings that have been identified.
Sean?
Madam Chair, I would like to say that in the discussion, the proximity to bathrooms, changing facilities, bleachers, observation by the public of athletic events at the high school has always been part of the whole picture of what we need at the high school. There's no question that in high school athletics, especially if, the people, the students that really want to play athletics, is a very important endeavor. My son happened to be one. He played lacrosse, and he played hockey at two varsity sports. And he's commented to me that they didn't do very well at all in lacrosse. They practiced in the gym. The other teams had availability to practice outside on real field. So they were way behind when they came to play lacrosse.
Well, there are four artificial fields, and they do get to play now up at Putney
Well,
in the early spring.
they didn't have that
yeah.
when my son graduated.
My son's complaint is always